to another stream. I hope you have been good. I hope you feel well, had a good week so far, and uh, yeah. If anybody wants to share anything, right now we have all the time in the world. And this time I'm actually ready. Because I got my tea here already. And oh, I just remembered I actually forgot something. Anyways, because I managed to eat beforehand. I noticed how now with everything becoming way darker, way earlier, because of winter time. Well, actually, winter time like switched it to get later, right? But it's still getting dark like really, really early, at around like 4 or 5 or something here. So I don't know. I started going to bed just way early and then waking up early as well. So I actually had time to manage to eat beforehand this time. And the other thing I wanted to make myself is a protein shake. So if there's like nobody wanting to talk right now, I would just like quickly go make that protein shake and then come back. Because like, I don't know. Nobody can say no, so all right. So I'm quickly gonna head out to the kitchen and make that protein shake, but it's not gonna take long, so don't worry. Actually, let me protect the camera from the sun already, because we have had experience, right, with the camera turning off just like that. But yeah, enjoy the music. See you in 2 minutes. Alright, I'm back. Oh, the light situation is a bit weird. I mean, I think it should be cloudy enough for the camera to not overheat because of this. But I guess we'll see. I mean, I was about to say, like, could be that it's like overheating because the heating is right behind it. But there is like a... This is not too warm. There's like a soundproofing thing sort of between it. So technically this shouldn't happen. And it shouldn't be that bad. But, well, we don't really know. This is nice. I remember absolutely hating winter and being like, it's like so cold and it's grimy and like, I don't know, wet, all of this, you know? But I don't know, also I guess I didn't like it too much because it's, I don't know, like since we moved to the Netherlands, Christmas and stuff like this is always such a hassle because it's like literally like you can't celebrate it at home, but you have to go places to visit your family and huge travels, stuff like this. And then the fact that I don't have contact to my dad anymore, so it's like while the contact to my dad is like it's by choice, right? So it's not so much that I really like miss my dad because I mean I could like undo it properly, maybe, probably. I don't actually know if I have any numbers which are relevant. But it's more so that all of these holidays, like Christmas and Saint Nicholas and also New Year's, all of those are like family holidays. And with all of the Christmas movies as well, there's always these like perfect families, sort of. And I don't know, I just feel like whenever this comes up, it's I don't know, I feel like I'm facing more the situation with my family and sort of have more of this image like right in front of me being like, well, like this is something you didn't have. And that always makes me a little bit sad because I don't know. I guess everybody with like not that perfect family or not that perfect like dad wishes for a good dad, right? Oh, thank you so much. Hi, Twixter. How are you doing? Welcome, everybody. Oh, Grumpy Palace Cat. Oh my god. Welcome, welcome. How is everybody? How is your stream? Do you feel healthy? Thank you. Are you good? How has your week been? Did you play something, by the way, or were you also chatting? How do you wait? There's something you can do, which like shout out or something? Yes. That's what I'm talking about. I hope you don't need to put like an at in front of the name because otherwise this won't work. Um, but we'll see. We'll try. Yeah, let's go. Ah, but thank you so much for the raid. Oh, of course, of course. So, how are you doing? And welcome, everybody. Aww. I when I read Grumpy Palace Cat in chat, I suspected as much. But thank you so much, Grumpy Palace Cat, for suggesting me. The support is always appreciated. Oh, and thank you for the follow, Twixter. And thank you, Hex Quentin's Pills, for the follow. That's an interesting name. So, what have you guys been doing? What have you been up to on this autumn day? I just went live. I'm only here for like 21 minutes. You guys are so early. I was playing Alien Isolation and then doing some homework, but I'm exhausted, so I call that early-ish. Oh, I think that's already a good day, right? Like, well, actually, I don't know what time is it at your place. Like, for me, it's like lunchtime, like 12, you know? So I'm like, I don't know, like playing Alien Isolation, doing homework at lunchtime? That seems really like... Oh. Oh, it was a long day for you then. I think it's really good that you like that you end the stream and if you feel exhausted, you know. I feel like sometimes with streamers it's like so easy to like overdo it because you're like if your community is there, right? And like you're so in it, you sort of get into this flow state and sometimes it can lead to you just sort of forgetting the circumstances and your body. And I think it's so good that you just I don't know, do the healthy thing, you know? And call it early, do something for your body because that's the way how you can like stream more sustainably, let's say. So I'm glad you did that, even though I know it can be hard sometimes. But I'm hoping you're gonna get good rest now and can recover a bit of energy. But this is also then like a rather huge switch for everybody like coming with the raid. Because here today we're gonna have a mental health check-in. So everybody can take part. You just sort of like talk about whatever you want to talk about. If you need help with something or want an opinion on something, or if something is bothering you, if you can't let go of something which happened. Also just like maybe stuff you're proud of and where you feel like, you know what, like I did some like amazing progress and I just want to like share and like hype me up a bit. um so yeah, we can use it essentially for like anything, whatever you guys need. And we just talk and yeah, support each other. You're excited about Halloween? Do you have plans, Grumpy Palace? I'm practicing the art of Grump like always. Also stuck at work. Aw. Like the last time? You were saying that like the last time they held you hostage at work. Is it again that type of situation? Like I hope you at least get paid if you do overtime. If you're doing overtime. I always get in my head about those things, but I wanted to listen to my body to help my energy for the next day. Yeah, I really feel that. Like when I started streaming, oh, the sun is really coming out. I don't want the camera to like turn off because of like overheating. Let me. I feel like when I started streaming, I was really self-conscious about actually doing the right thing for myself. And I was also feeling so bad about doing the right thing for me. Like, if somebody new was coming in, like right then when I wanted to go offline, I usually didn't go offline because I was just like, this person just came here. Like, I can't just be like, hey, bye, I'm a dip out. And I don't know, I just, there were so many times where I absolutely overdid it. And it's, I don't know, I feel like it's so important to not do that because it can make stream, it can poison the stream as well. Like it can make it feel like work. And if stream turns to something where you regret your decisions around it, it can become sort of like a complicated topic with like complicated emotions where you like feel like, oh well, but today I can't stream that long. But if you can't rely on yourself like finishing, if you're done, then you also, for example, you can't stream at times where you feel like, okay, I don't have much energy, or I would only be up for like a small stream, because you can't rely on yourself actually maintaining that boundary once you started the stream. So I feel like it's so, so important also for the health of the stream, for the entertainment, actually, for your viewers, for you to keep the fun, like to maintain this really good connection to them and good connection with the entire topic, that it's fun and that it's not work and that you don't push yourself to, for example, games you don't want to play as well, or doing trends you really don't feel like doing. But do it your way, because that's also what makes you special. And I think as a viewer, for me at least, it's so much nicer when I know the streamer is healthy and the streamer takes care of their health. Because there's some streamers who really don't do that. And whenever I watch them, I can't watch them for too long. I get really sort of like sad and concerned for them. And that really sort of, I don't know, like that takes away the fun, because I'm just like, oh, I can't, like, I like you and that's why I can't watch you like doing this. And so, yeah. I'm really glad that you did it. I think it's a really good choice. And I think you should be proud of yourself because it's hard. Yeah. Oh, true. Especially if a raid is coming in when you're trying to go offline. It's so hard to be like, sorry, I'm dipping. I'm going to my friend's house Halloween party, and it's a custom party, so I'm dressing up for it. Ooh. A costume, by the way, right? Like, or or is it custom in any customizable way as well? But I'm glad for you. Halloween party seems fun. I don't think I'm going anywhere, to be fair. I'm like boring. I don't know. Sometimes, the thing where we feel like really unsure about and are self conscious about to do the stuff we like doing is exactly the thing which makes us special and makes other people like us more. It's the same with this stream as well. It's like, I don't know, like at the beginning, I really thought like who's gonna like, like just talking about mental health, like who's gonna tell their story to like a stranger on the internet, like who's gonna, like it's just gonna be a dead stream. I didn't have much, I don't know, whenever I tried to do like any just chatting, I really didn't know what I was doing, and it didn't, I don't know, it just didn't really work that well. So when I started this, I really felt like, I'm not gonna, like, I'm not sure if I'm just killing my stream with this, but we'll try. um, but I'm so glad now that I actually did it and that I just went with my gut feeling, because it's so much fun and it feels so much more purposeful and meaningful to have these streams. And I don't know, I feel so much better than before, I think. And I feel like that's something others pick up. And then, I don't know, good things happen or something. So what is your plan now, Twixter? Are you gonna sleep, or are you gonna make some food still, or read a book? That's nice to hear. Thank you. Yeah, it's definitely, I don't know, like some... I feel like honestly when I look back on my stream, because I've streamed like for a long time. Like I'm streaming since 2018. Like I started in German with games. You know, I started with Overwatch. And then I switched to League, and then I switched to Apex, and then I switched back to League, I think. And then I switched to... Then I was streaming without the camera, and then I was streaming with a camera again. Like, I saw... Oh my god. So, I was doing so many different things over the years. And then I was moving to the Netherlands, so I took a break from streaming entirely because of the move and everything. And then at the beginning, I still sort of continued with German, but it just felt more and more odd, sort of, because with the friends I started to get to know here, I couldn't like play on my stream. And then at some point I was just like, okay, fuck it. I'm gonna switch to English and we're just gonna see what happens. And that's also not been easy. Considering you have like, if you have like your whole community in one language, it's really hard, I think, to switch languages. Because you don't necessarily want to like, you know, like push them out of the community. Like you love your community and you still want to have them take part, but it's just like you also want to integrate your friends and your like new friends who can only like speak English, right? So I don't know. There's so many different things going on, but the only thing I actually regret is that at some moments along the way, I didn't do what I liked and I didn't behave how I was, but I tried to be a good streamer. Like I was watching YouTube videos on how to be a good streamer and I tried to be a good streamer, and that's the only thing I regret actually. Like I really wished I would have never watched these videos. I would have never, I don't know, like listen to other streamers being like, oh, you have to do this and this and that. Like, I really wished I would have just continued how I roll with things. And I don't know, just stayed myself. You feel me? Because I feel like at the heights of these moments where I tried to be a good streamer, I really didn't enjoy streaming anymore. Because I thought I need to be nice to everybody, including people who actively wanted to like troll me and like make fun of me. Which was so harmful actually. Not only to the community, but also to me. So, yeah. There's no better lessons than actual real life experience, especially since everyone's experience is far different than others. Yeah. I feel like, especially with something which is based on individuality, you know? And hi, Raven, welcome. How you doing? You really love my earrings? Thank you. They're so nice, right? Well, that's actually made them like harder to see. It's like, stabby, stabby. I have weapons on me. I remember one viewer being rude, demanding, and I wasn't having it. I think a lot of people expect people to be nice because they're on camera. Yeah. I don't know. I feel like there were literally times when I stopped the stream and on stream I behaved like everything is fine, everything is okay. And when I stopped stream, I started crying. Because it just felt like people were so mean and I couldn't do anything about it. So, like, that's really like the only thing I regret. Because I don't know, like that made me at some points literally just like stop streaming for a few months and stuff like this. And it also made like good people leave the community because they were also like being pushed out by those like sort of like really, I don't know, like not fitting people in the community. Yeah. But that's sort of, yeah, I don't know. I feel like really just sticking with how you are and being like a real person. And I mean this with the utmost respect to the entire like streaming and YouTube community. But there is a thing which is, and I do that myself too. I do that myself too. But there is a thing which is like streamer voice or like YouTube voice. Do you guys know that? Like, I recently, like yesterday, I was trying to make like a coleslaw salad for like a kebab thing I was making. And this guy was just like, it was the peak of YouTube voice. It was like the video started and then it was like, hello everybody, this is a YouTube video where I show you how to make coleslaw salad, the best coleslaw salad you've ever seen. And it was so, I don't know, so over dramatic. Like, it's just coleslaw salad, just show me the recipe. Like, I don't give a fuck. Like, I just want the recipe, please. Like, and then it was like going on for like 1 minute or something about any type of jokes related to this, or any type of like fun word type situations, like stuff like this. And I just felt like, damn, I can't watch this anymore. Like, this is like, imagine a person like your friend actually talking to you like this. You just like, you come up to them and you're like, hey buddy, like I've seen your like the cake you're making, like what is the recipe, by the way? Like I would love to know like how you make those. And then your friend sort of like turning around and being like, hello, yeah, welcome, this is the best cake I've ever made, you will love it, all your friends will love it too, you should share it to everybody. Like, so we're gonna start right into this after a quick break where it's so I don't know, it's so interesting how people like turn different because they I don't know, don't really know why we do that. Because it's not like I really don't entirely know, because I do that myself too. And I feel like it's actually so annoying, because at the same time, like, you do expect the person to sort of like showcase that they like know what they're doing, right? Like, you wouldn't, like, if somebody would like start their like recipe video with like, yeah, well, I'm not so sure, I don't feel like it's that good of a recipe, but like, you know, like maybe you can do it or whatever, then I would go to the next video, because I want to have someone who like knows what they're doing. But at the same time, having someone bombard you with these unimaginable, huge, unbelievable expectations is just like, it's coleslaw salad, bro. Like, it can't be that good. Like, I'm sorry, but it's just like, it can't be that good. I'm really sorry. Like, I don't believe it. But yeah, I don't know. I just feel like that's sort of like how we get into it. And yeah, I just think it's like so much better actually if you just stay a real person and you just talk to your viewers like if they're friends. I think it's also so much easier to actually make boundaries and state boundaries because with your friends, you're sort of like, well, some more than others, but you're sort of used to state boundaries, right? And it's not that you like hate the person or whatever. It's just that like, hey, like I don't like that too much. Like let's focus on the task at hand or something. And I feel like it's a way better energy than this, I don't know, other things, you know? Like this, I don't even know how to describe it, but this other energy. It's just a new customer service voice, literally. But yeah, I think it's like it does sound a bit like these like children's movies, no? I don't know. But I think it's like is that why we do it? Because it's engaging for children? Because like a lot of the time, like I don't really want to speak to children in that moment. Like I think it's maybe like there's definitely also different voices from people, but yeah. I don't know. I think we like really want to try hard to grab other people's attention. Um but at the same time, I think sometimes we're really bad at actually noticing what grabs other people's attention because that was too much attention. If someone did that to me mid conversation, I would block, delete them IRL. Just randomly throwing a sponsor in the mix. That would actually be so funny though. Imagine people just, oh my god, no, I don't even want to imagine. I'm actually kind of happy that we don't have to, like, that we don't have to watch ads everywhere. Because I hate ads so much. I use every ad blocker in the universe. I remember some TikTok lives I have done where I have banned like hundreds of people if they were rude or even mean to others. Damn. Hundreds of people. Yeah, I mean, well, I've banned so many people as well, definitely for sure. Um, I wouldn't say specifically people are catering to children, more they are catering to the algorithm and the algorithm caters to children. Hmm. Okay, true. I see that. Fair point, because children don't work, so they can watch TikToks the entire day. Are they actually like the biggest part of the views? I recently heard that apparently they have found out in studies that negative emotions um, like keep you to stay on the app better than positive ones. And that's why sort of comedic content is actually not the best performing content for the social media person trying to like get you to spend as much time on this app as possible, right? But actually giving you negative content is catching your attention even better and longer. Um yeah. Just so that's scary. And why Fox News is number one in America. Aw. I'm allergic to ads, hence why I pay for premium. I I don't I don't know what necessarily I'm allowed to say. I'm just gonna say, I also don't believe in paying for not having ads because then it sort of worked. If a company is starting to put ads everywhere and all the time, I try to actually sort of like as much as I can without sort of like inconveniencing my life too much. I try to not give them money if possible. at all, sort of. But, well, sometimes that works better than other times. Everything they post is black is under attack. Happy Holidays is an attack on Christmas. What? How? I thought Happy Holidays is about Christmas. Few years back, Twitch had 0 ads. Yep. I also like technically, I actually we sort of had this topic come up yesterday, I think, where I was like, so Germany has had really low prices for a really long time, and only now it's sort of like it's getting more expensive. But I think, and like, hear me out, okay? I think that something like a stereotype, for example, that Germans are stingy with money and like they don't want to spend money, is essentially, if that's like true for like a sort of like a culture, like on average, I think it's essentially like an unorganized protest. And I feel like because the Germans are on average stingy with money, I think that's why their prices stayed that low for so long. Because that's the only thing like businesses care about. It's only about the money and time. Like about money or time, because time is money. So for social media, it's only about time and like grabbing your attention, grabbing your time as much as possible, because the more viewers they have, the more ads are being viewed, the more money they get, right? And with other companies who are not in the social media business or like movie or media business in general, it's about money specifically. And I think because Germans are literally like, as sort of like a culture, are not buying something anymore for weeks, even if it just got 10 cents more expensive, I think that's the point where these companies notice, like, actually, they can't do that. Like, they can't make it 10 cents more expensive because the Germans will, unorganized, protest the prices getting higher. And they're not gonna be like, oh, but I really want sweets. Like, no, they're gonna be like, fuck this. I don't pay €1.19 for chocolate. I'm not gonna do it. I'm gonna wait for the next special offer and buy it then. And I think this is something which is like, we portray it as like something bad of the Germans are like, they're so stingy, like, ha ha ha. I think honestly, this is unorganized protest. Like, I think this is why the prices were like less expensive for so long. And I feel like in the last couple of years, I don't know, I think we've had less of these unorganized protests. Because we have more of this do what you love, spend your money on what you love type motivation, which also makes sense, right? But it doesn't matter if we complain or if we don't complain, but it's only the money. Like, if we hold out money on them, I think that might work. But what we also see is that things stay like the same price, but just get like the quality is worse. And that's also really annoying. No. But I remember with Twitch back then, when sort of the ads came and stuff, people excused it. And were like, yeah, well, but they have like so much like server costs and all of this stuff, right? So it was like there was a lot of there was a lot of backlash to people who were sort of like, yeah, complaining about the ads. And I don't know, I feel like that's sort of I don't know how it started that like everything got infected with ads. And then, yeah, I don't know. But definitely, like for all the companies, it's definitely about the money. Like most companies are, like if you look at small companies, that's different. But big companies, there is like the only statistics they have at the top is about money, is about income. So there's no, I don't know, like the whole complaints and stuff like this, it's just like it's not gonna reach anyone, sadly. Um, and also the protests on the streets. I've heard like an opinion of like uh some like speaker at like a protest rally who was like, you know what? If you actually want to protest well, then don't like stand around outside here and just hold your signs up because that's not costing them any money. But actually, like this is like for publicity. So like the protest outside is essentially to like get others to join your protest. It's not necessarily to like, I don't know, like cost a business money because it doesn't. But what we can do, and what he said, and I thought that's actually so brilliant, is call the support hotlines. Call any type of hotlines, like use their services in any way you can without spending money of them and just wasting time. Because that's how you like just like go into the store and like talk to this person the entire time and sort of like block them from talking to anybody else because then nobody else will buy something. Or like call the like service hotline and just like take up the time of the people because that's wasting their money on like on nothing, right? Because you with the service hotline, you maybe don't even have uh their machine or whatever thing, you know? So yeah. Well, I didn't move to the Netherlands because it was like well, yeah, it's more expensive. So I didn't. Yeah, but I moved to the Netherlands because I really love the city design. I know this sounds entirely nerdy, but I was looking at this YouTube channel, Not Just Bikes, and on this channel, he's basically explaining and comparing the city design of the Netherlands to other countries. And the city design of the Netherlands is honestly really freaking good. So that's sort of like how, yeah, how we got into the idea. And at the same time, I just wanted to live somewhere else in my life. And even though I wanted to make like a semester abroad in Tokyo, actually, um, it's well, it just didn't happen because of COVID. So then, I don't know, we switched to the Netherlands and moved. I haven't practiced my German in years. It's fine. It's like the scammer treatment to waste their times. Exactly. But like scamming them back. Are there many protests against specific companies? Oh, I bet. But it also like it really depends on what you're protesting against specifically, right? So I know that in the Netherlands, for example, there's. By the way, first of all, like, hi Dylan, how are you doing? Welcome to the stream, and hi Zigibertos, welcome to the stream. I'm glad you guys are here. Um, and yeah, just also like share how you're doing. Um, but yeah, coming back to the companies. So I know that in the Netherlands, for example, there's some companies and banks and actually like gas station brands, especially, which are being protested against because of their human rights violations in other countries. And not only human rights violations in other countries, but especially also um, uh, because of like climates, because of their climate impact. Um, then there's like specific brands in supermarkets. Like I know that from the um from the Palestina protests, they have actually sort of like tried to put out lists about like products which come from Israel and basically like don't buy those anymore, to boycott them and to have like less money flow to Israel so they can't buy as many weapons and stuff like this. Then there's been like Coca-Cola was also like any type of companies which actually also supported Israel were boycotted as well, I think. But I don't know which one, like what, like there's a lot of things going on. Like there's a lot of protests all the time going on the entire planet, sort of. So it's more like, I don't know, like you can't do it all. So like choose the things where you really care about, and then focus on those, I think. Isn't it mostly to pressure politicians? The protests outside? Um, hmm. Well, I mean, sure, that's part of it, I guess. I don't know how successful that is, to be fair. Like, I don't think that's the thing I personally would focus on if I protest outside. Like, I wouldn't expect it to be like some rich politician in their castle with like the whole police force around them feel threatened by me holding a sign out, like up outside. Um, and I don't think that you sort of like get to that station with um like that state of like protesting when that politician is like really morally and like socially connected and is like, oh no, well, if people don't like it then I'm not going to do it anymore. I don't think that's how it goes. For me personally, I would see the value in protesting outside and first of all coming together, so it's community. So people don't feel as alone. Like you don't feel as alone with the belief that this is wrong. And I think this is really important, actually. It's something where we could argue, like, well, it's not, it's only about feelings, like, it won't change anything. But I think it's really important to also keep up the spirits of your own country. And I think that actually, when people feel like there's no hope anymore and everybody is bad and the whole world is doomed, like, I think if people get so sort of like depressed about the state the world is in, that's the point where people are the easiest to manipulate. So I feel like protesting outside, showing community, being there for each other is a really valuable thing to also show people, hey, there's people who care. Like it's not just you who's like bummed out about these news, but there's actually like so many people who care and who don't think this is right. So your worldview of like, oh, like the entire world, like every human, like humans are in general shit, is like getting like a little fact check in that moment of like, hey, there's actually like, I don't know, like 250,000 humans who are also protesting for this because I'm actually not the only person thinking this is wrong. And yeah, so then community also at the event, you get like emotional support, you maybe get peer support, you maybe meet new friends actually who support your vision, because sometimes having like a, well, controversial opinion, even though it shouldn't be controversial or anything, can be isolating. Like it can be a fact where, for example, you can't talk to a family about, you maybe don't feel as welcomed even with certain friends, and like at that event you can talk to anybody about and probably feel welcomed. The other thing is that you present the topic to outsiders, right? Like to the people who are on the street but didn't take part in the protest. So if you have like there's all of these signs, right? Like people make flyers, like you present who is presenting that issue, for example. Which also matters, right? Like we do know that like which people stand behind which issue is influencing our perspective of sort of like how valid that protest is or that issue, and how valid it isn't. That's why these whole like AI, AI social media protesting posts are so annoying because they portray, well, they portrayed in a very, very positive light, let's say. They portrayed like, oh yeah, we only have like gigachats behind our cause actually, because like every person who looks like they have their life together is of course on our side and not on the other guy's side. So it's like changing your perspective of the thing, and like by showing up, by showing these informations, you maybe like inform other people to join the protest as well. And there's maybe like discussions starting and stuff like this. And at the same time, of course, it's sort of like it's sort of for the politicians, right? It's sort of to make them see like we're here and we see you, like we see what you're doing. And we will take time off work to be here and protest this, which is an action which sort of like shows that there is initiative to stand up against this, which is sort of like, I don't want to say threatening, but like it's showing that there's action behind our words. Like we're not only like social media warriors like typing like, oh, free Palestine, but we show up. And like if you keep this doing, like it's you know, like you chose the way you're headed, sort of. But yeah, I think the biggest part is the community and the showing it to others and sort of the representation. Thank you, Stilled. Welcome, welcome. I feel like the Netherlands is like the perfect place to find a lesbian lover. Just my personal opinion. Well, I don't know about that. I really like I don't know, like to me personally, like I think I'm bisexual. But I don't know, it's really complicated, I think, to actually be part of or like become part of the queer bubble. And I don't know, I just think it's not really because I don't know, I think it's just sort of like hard to become the like part of the local bubble, to be fair. Because I gotta say, like, I'm not the most outgoing person, especially in winter or any type of bad weather. And usually the friends we sort of like found here are like from work or are from like the building we live in and like stuff like this. So it's sort of like, I don't know. We sadly don't live next to sort of like a queer community center where we would cross paths with like super many queer people. But I don't know. I think I'm also maybe just like there are queer pubs in Utrecht, and I wanted to go there so many times already, but I never do because I'm not really the party type person. So I don't know. I don't know how to, if there's like places of sort of like a queer coffee bar or something, you know, where people just like talk to each other and get to know each other. But it's like not a party with alcohol and everybody is drunk, but a party with like people drink coffee and like sit around and maybe, I don't know, like tell me their favorite book or something, you know? But yeah, that's sort of my opinion to this. Shall we go back to the mental health topic, guys? I'm just gonna close this. Oh. Ah, I can't look there. This sun is so strong all of a sudden. I thought it's gonna be like really like cloudy and like whatever, but no. Ah. So. Oh yeah, this is my protein shake. It's like caramel coffee, whatever. I liked it once, and then I bought 2 taps again, but I had like a break from it in between. Now I don't really like it that much anymore. But the more like I still have to use them. So like the more I like drink them, the sort of like less bad it gets. So that's sort of I guess the idea behind it. But yeah. And it's less bad with ice cubes. I found out. Yeah, that's better. All right. But anybody want to share how they feel? How their week has been, maybe? Or is something else they want to talk about? After all, we are here for the mental health talk and not necessarily the politician talk. I don't feel I procrastinate. I mean, that's good, no? Nice. How do you feel that happened? Like, did you change something specific, or like, is there like a tip you can share? Or like, how do you plan to maintain that? What do you think is the cause why you don't feel like it? I partake in the art of grump. Okay, what is the art of grump? And that's enlighten me. I don't like it. You guys are like barely able to see my makeup, by the way, today. It's so. It's really visible, technically. Like, you see how he is like red? You see that? I feel like if you look at like here, you can't see it at all. But technically, I really like, you know? I don't know. Tried that new look. Really liked it. Mm. The music is so relaxing. Ooh, there's one thing actually. Um, So it's the 30th. Next week, on Thursday, I will have to skip the mental health talk. So like Monday, all good. And the week afterwards, we're like back to normal. But just next week, Thursday, I'm gonna have to skip because my sister's coming over from Tuesday to Friday. Only a really short one, but anyways. Instead of Thursday though, I might be able to do it on Friday. I'm not entirely sure though, so I would keep that flexible. But just so you guys know, like next week on Thursday, there's definitely not going to be a stream. All right. See you when you come home then, with more detail, hopefully. Oh no, Pyro. Sag. But that's fine. Oh, damn. So you don't hear me? So I don't get bullied? Why would you get bullied? What? Oh no. I mean Pyro. I don't mean the entirety of stream, thank God. But Pyro has like no internet for the video to load, and he said like I can do anything except for seeing the chat. So I wanted to know if you can't hear me either. But then no, I can see something, but the video doesn't play at all. Oof. Sag, good luck. Grumpy, can I ask you something about the persona? How, like, you, of course, like, only say as much as you want to, right? But how does it, like, what is the purpose of the persona? Like, are you, what is, is it, like, only to stay anonymous, but you sort of, I don't know, like, you behave normally otherwise? Or is it really a persona in the form of like that you play a character and you say stuff you don't which are not about you but about the character you play? Aww. 160p. Ooh. Pretty much. So only the first thing or also the second thing? Because you said you didn't want to go into too much detail to keep the persona going. So what specifically is holding you back in that moment? Like, is it about that the things would be like too specific? So you could be like not anonymous anymore? So 160p is also not working. That's really unlucky. It's more like to be more vague, keeping my information hidden and pretty much filtering myself. Like I don't tell people unless I feel comfortable enough to share with them. Yeah. Is it... I feel so... bear with me for a second. I feel like we also do this in real life though, no? Like, isn't it something we like sort of like always do? That we like don't really share something unless we're comfortable to share it? So it's like, I don't fully understand how it's specifically attached to the persona. Instead of just sort of like, like taking safety precautions to stay anonymous online, to not be DDoSed, stuff like this. And just having boundaries where you like, yeah, only share something if you're comfortable. Like, is it something you wouldn't do otherwise? And you only do it with the persona? Oh wait, video is playing, but there's double audio. Oh no. Oh my god. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. just just like that. But we don't need to go like more into detail. If you don't want to, Grumpy. Just remember. I think it's really good that you don't share something if you don't feel comfortable to do it. I think it's really important to maintain those boundaries. There's double audio, but one is behind like 10 seconds. Jesus Christ. You have it open twice or something. One like like not newly refreshed one and sort of like this, or okay. Interesting. Does it help you to keep it like that separate? Because I feel like that's also like something we just sort of like do to like fit into more community spaces, right? That we sort of like manage a bit like what we show of ourselves and what we don't show of ourselves. It's working, Pyro? Let's go. Oh, okay. Interesting. Is the like saying something unhinged, is it just saying something unhinged, or is it connected to any type of like mental health condition? Only took like 10 minutes of struggling. Yeah. So how are you doing, Pyro? Welcome, welcome. As presenting myself as a gender neutral character helps me blend in even better. Okay. How's that helping necessarily? Like, there's definitely like, I definitely agree that like, sort of like there's different stereotypes and different expectations evolving around gender. Um, but which stereotype is helping? Actually, I don't know. I just find it funny and I say things. All right, all right. I mean, that's good to know. You're good. Very exhausted though. I'm at volleyball camp, which means a shit ton of volleyball every day. Oh, damn. All right. How long is the volleyball camp? It sounds fun. It sounds like you're probably there with a lot of friends as well, no? Like I don't know how it necessarily works, but I just imagine that you like with your team sort of were like driving to some like volleyball camp where you like sleep all together in like dorms and then like there's like volleyball courts. Is it like this or is it more like there's just like 1 week in like holidays where like otherwise you would be free, but like now everybody is like coming in for volleyball every day, but like everybody sleeps at home still to avoid unwanted attention at times, which is really nice. I see. Yeah, I can understand. I'm sorry I have to deal with that though, and have to make a different account to avoid unwanted attention. Like yesterday, 2 hours before lunch and then another 2 hours after lunch, but that second practice after 1 hour of wall climbing. God damn. Okay. We arrive Tuesday evening. Friday we leave again. Damn. So how is it with like I don't know, like don't you guys have like muscle pain the entire time from like playing volleyball so much? Or is that like not a thing? Because it's just like repetition and that's why it's not causing like muscle pain, but it's only causing exhaustion. 1.5 hours and then 2 hours and an hour and a half. Damn. So a lot of sport, I say. How do you enjoy the other activities? Like usually if you like go to some type of camp, it's also like really nice because it's just like a more close social connection, right, with the people who go there. My muscles hurt, right? I just got to deal with it for the week. Okay, so there's no like secret you can share with us to like not have muscle pain. You just have to deal with it too. That's disappointing, but it's all right. I was just sort of hoping there would be a secret, but it's fine. If you notice when I'm on my account, I have even a different typing pattern, more grammar heavy. I switch automatically. Hmm. Yeah, like less typos and stuff, maybe as well. But that's interesting. I feel like it's always. So, is the different, like more grammar heavy and stuff like this? Is it um, sort of like an active choice to appear more gender neutral as well? Like to not give it away with uh, with the way you express yourself. But my team is only here with three. We always have practice with another group. You're like 3 people of your team. The only advice I can give is getting plenty of rest and exercising regularly. Well, okay. Thank you, I guess. I'm trying to get into exercising regularly. Actually, I do want to say I'm pretty proud of myself because yesterday we went to the gym, and it was so we didn't do too many exercises, but with every exercise I gave my best. I gave my absolute best. Like I did as much and then like till I couldn't anymore, you know? Um and we did like what did we do? We did this one machine where you like pull like this. Oh yeah. Yeah. I actually noticed. I was about to say like, oh, I have like nearly no muscle pain, but yikes. So we did this one machine where you do like this, like you hold onto it like this, I think, or like this. No, like this, and then you do like this, which is like I think your like upper back or something, but like also your arms probably. I don't know. And then we did one where it's like chest, and we did like this. Like that's what I'm noticing. Like chest is like yeah, I have muscle pain here. Like this fine. Like this about like neck and stuff. Maybe I have a bit of neck muscle pain, but my neck always feels sort of painful, so it's like normal, I guess. So then like yeah, then chest. Um then we did this like leg thing where you like press down sort of. Where yeah, I do have muscle pain, but not much. You know, it's like fine. It's fine. And then pull-ups. I still feel the chest, but hmm. Yeah, I rather feel chest. Like the others is like doesn't really hurt, but like chest is hurting a bit. And then yeah, and that's basically it. Like afterwards we went and like were doing like the stairmaster for like 3 minutes. I was done. Like I was dying within the 3 minutes already. Like I was dying at the 2 minute mark, and then I said like, okay, I'm gonna do 1 minute more. Um, and so after 3 minutes I stopped, and then I just like walked till my heart rate was down again, because my heart rate was after these 3 minutes at 170. Because every like my legs, like I destroyed my legs. This was like the exact same motion. It hurt so bad. I also tend to go all out every practice. It's really exhausting. Yeah, I bet. Especially if it's for like 3 hours plus every day. But I think it's really nice to actually, you know, like give it your all. Like I think that's, I don't know, like this is really what I missed about gym as well. Like and the so I was going to the gym like regularly before COVID. I know, long time ago. We're starting the story, okay? It's gonna be fine. um so long time ago, before COVID, I was going to the gym for like since, bro, I don't even know, like since, was it even a year, bro? Like COVID hit so early. No, I think it was a year. Well, anyways, so I was going regularly to the gym, and I was actually like, I was getting some muscles, you know, like pushing it a little bit. I was never like entirely like sporty or whatever. But I got some gains, you know. Um, and I was like decently like healthy. I was decently like fit, you know. And then COVID came, and I'm not the person to work out at home. I literally just can't keep going. Like I can't. If I'm at home, I won't give it my all. Like you could argue like, well, but you're at home, like you can give it your all, like you don't need to go like home still afterwards, you know. But like no, that's not how it works. Like if I'm home, I'm just, the couch is too, you know, it's it's like I just feel like, okay, this is actually fine. Let me do something else. Um and so I was working out at home at all. I also had like severe depression. And anyways, like long story short, I came to the Netherlands. I was trying to get like my chronic headache fixed, because that's what I developed while COVID. And essentially, like a whole lot of physios just told me like, hey, you got to do sports. And they like, every physio said something else. Like for one, it was the back. For the other, it was like sort of like, I don't know, like actually like chest front type muscles. But like, yeah, I don't know, weird. But the overall arc was do more sport. Which I agree with. Like I do have to say, I am not like, I'm not gonna pretend like I'm lazy, because I'm not lazy. I'm doing stuff. I'm just not physically doing stuff. Which is a really bad balance. So, but every time I went to the gym, it was so hard for me, because I couldn't go all out in the beginning. Like the first time you go, it's like I went all out, and I did this like twice. I made the same mistake like, I don't know, like 2-3 times probably. That the first time I was going, I had like so much fun. I overexerted myself. I had muscle pain for 3 weeks. I'm not even kidding, guys. I'm not even kidding. I had muscle pain for like 1 week, so bad I could barely move. For another week, still really painful, but like it was fine-ish. And then for another week, like lightly. Um, And so this was taking out this like at the beginning motivation of mine. Then I tried a different thing where, so then I sort of like I talked to the physios about this, and the physios told me, well, you are sort of untrained. You do need to, like start lightly, start like easy. You need to like for the first time, whatever, like only do like these exercises and do like very little weight, like only to the point where you feel like a little bit exhausted and then stop. And that really feels like you're just wasting time. Like first of all, the weight is like really unsatisfying amounts. Because it's just like you take like the lowest thing the entire time. And then you just stop when you feel like a little bit exhausted. Like that feels stupid. But yeah, I don't know. So now we started again, like I don't know, like a month ago or something. And the first few times I just took it a little bit easy. And yeah, yesterday I thought like, okay, like today I'm gonna like push myself. I'm really gonna try it. Like I'm gonna go heavy and I'm gonna go all out with every exercise. To be fair, not to the point of actually like dying sort of while the exercise, because this is like weight training. Like you do need to maintain your posture, otherwise things can get bad really quick. So I did like to the point where you can't maintain your posture anymore. So yeah. But yeah, I don't know, maybe I'm gonna die tomorrow of muscle pain, but today it's fine. So I don't know. I really feel like I'm already motivated to go to the gym again. Which is really nice. I don't know. Like maybe I'm gonna go to the gym today again. We'll see. So, let me read all your messages. I can't believe it's almost over though. Just the rest of today and tomorrow, and I gotta leave again. Aw, you do really like it, right? It really is. But if you gotta jump the entire time and want to get the most height you can each time, that really does affect your legs. I bet that sounds hella exhausting. The couch is too appealing. For real, it is. Like, I feel like motivated in the beginning to like train at home, right? And I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna give it my all. I'm gonna be anime beast training, right? And I'm gonna be this like Giga Chat person. And then I do like one set of like reps, with like full energy, and then I'm like, okay, let me just, sit on the couch for a little bit. And then I'm like, oh, well, I actually also wanted to do that other thing. Yeah, and then I'm gone. I don't know. I never have the patience to go, to wait and then do another set. Like, if I could do just, like, the most success I have gotten is with doing different exercises right behind each other. But doing multiple sets of the same exercise is... Oof, that's really hard. That's really, really hard, I think. But I feel like training your legs is like really hard as well, because like if you really give it your all, like going to the toilet is so hard. Yeah. Hi, Fluffy. How you doing? Are you doing well? Thank you for stopping by. Jim, I hardly know her. I remember one time I joined a female bodybuilder competition. I didn't participate. No. Why not? Did you like not train at all in the beginning? And then just felt like when the like tournament come up, you were like, I can't possibly show up on stage like this. Or how is the story around that? My legs are gonna kill me so bad, which sucks because there's a lot of jumping and running. I bet. I'm built like a twig. Oh. I feel like for some beauty standards that can be really flattering. You just need to, like date in the right culture. And then it's gonna be fine. Also, there's like I think honestly, like how you look doesn't matter. Except it's hindering what you want to do. So this is why I go to gym. Like I don't really go to the gym to like look a certain way or like change how I look. I go to the gym to do what I want to do because I don't want to be the first person dying at like some type of event with friends. Like if friends say like, "Oh, let's go to like cycle to that place, whatever." I don't want to be the person which is holding them back. I don't want to be the first person. I don't care about being the first person. I don't want to be the person holding them back. This is frustrating. Like I just want to, like if they say like, "Oh, we did this today already, but I still want to do this." Like you feel like it, like just spontaneous. I want to be the person who can say like, "Oh yeah, sure, let's do it." I don't want to be the person being like already dying, being like, "What? You want what? No." Tomorrow are no classes, and I'm kind of happy and kind of sad because of it. Oh, how come, Fluffy? I look like a child. Well, that makes a good Halloween costume though, because you can be that person with the like black hair and the like white gown and then doing this like weird thing, You just need to know how to make use of your uniquely built body. Like there's it like everything is good for something, Halloween too soon. Yep. For the first time ever, at least as far as I can remember, the camp doesn't include November 1st. Oh, it doesn't include Halloween? I bet that was funny. What streak reached? It's currently on a 5-stream streak. Let's go, buddy. Plus 450 Poro snacks. Nice. Kind of happy to don't have to go to uni. Kind of sad to don't keep the routine going. Okay. Is there something you fear in sort of like not keeping the routine going? Is there like this fear of like, oh, it's gonna be hard to like get back into the routine? Or is it just that there was like something you really liked attached to that routine? For example, like, oh, every time like at Friday when I go to university, like after university, we all go to the Indian restaurant together. And now you don't have to go to university, which is good, but you also don't go to the Indian restaurant, which is bad. Sort of like this. I can't even see my streak. Isn't Halloween 1st October? I mean, yeah, but if the camp is not going to like November 1st, I'm expecting that you're not gonna have like the night evening of 31st October, no? Like that's just the assumption I made. So I thought like your camp would maybe have some type of like Halloween celebration or something, which would have been fun. I know I'm bad with it. Just get to fill a day of all the assignments and stuff. Oh, so it's more like university is like the sort of like the easy thing actually, because the filler day is like filled with all of the stuff you have to do, and at the same time then you have to get back into it. Halloween themed game yesterday. What is the Halloween themed game like, please? Please tell me all of you play volleyball with costumes on. please tell me there was one person at least wearing a maid costume. And please tell me that person was a really buff. No? Oh man. Missed opportunity right there, gotta say. Like, I think that would be so fun. Like, has anybody suggested that at some point? Because I feel like you guys are missing out on something. The Reaper going in for the shot. Exactly. Like, that would be so cool, no? And then the shot being blocked by the 2-meter really buff maid. Oh, I don't know, I would love that. Actually, just like an entire team of like really like buff like male teens in like maid costumes playing volleyball at like highest level or something, and like throwing those shots where, you know, like if you get hit by that, you die. That would be peak comedy. I would watch the entire thing. I don't know. We had to do a bunch of small tasks, like word search or some stupid challenge, like running while holding a ball without using arms. Lol. Oh, that's cute. With that game as well, you need to have a caster who really, like, who knows their job, you know what I mean? Like, they're gonna get the most, like, comedic value out of this match. Like, that would be really good. But I guess that's even better if everybody has a different costume. No, no, no. No. No, that's not what I was saying. No. That's funny though, but no. That one, okay, so that was horribly wrong interpreted. No, 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 no. I said who were like that people wearing those costumes were like at a level where the shots they fire, like the volleyball shots they fire, are one of those shots where you feel like if you were to get hit by those, they would kill you. Like, you know, like, there's like, you know, like in school, there's like some people who, like, in normal, like, gym class, there's some, like, you play volleyball at some point. And you have the people who, like, learn volleyball with that class and are just like, lol. And then you have the people, the teens, who've been since 5 years in volleyball class, like, outside of school, and who are playing volleyball against you now. Because the teacher was like, yeah, everybody can choose teams how they like. So now you have this 5-stack of like people who've been in volleyball class since 5 years against a 5-stack of people who can't play volleyball for shit, right? Because they just learned it like 2 classes ago. Who don't even like know the rules yet, right? And it's just like, it's not a game of like who gets the most points. It's a game of survival, right? Because your goal is essentially not to like get points or anything, like that would be wishful thinking, but to survive this match, because the other people, they don't like, you don't catch those balls. Because you would be one of those people getting like a hand fracture trying that, you know? Like, that's what I mean. Like, you never, like, this wasn't a thing at your guys' school? Like, you're telling me this was only my experience? Like, no, right? You guys know that. Like, that's, like, a common thing, no? Like, please tell me this wasn't, like, my personal experience only. Like, we literally had a girl, like, get, like, one of those balls in her face and having, like, a head, how you say this? Like, I only know the word in German. Is it head fracture? But like, yeah. Like, that was oof. Because she didn't dodge, you know? Like, that's why you dodge those balls. Like, I had blue spots on my, like, no, here, wait. How does it work again? Like, here. I literally had blue spots from like trying to take their like balls. Like concussion, yeah, probably. Yeah. Like it's throwing a bronze player to play against Faker, exactly. At a practice, I was feeling it and decided to just go all out. My teammate, who's a libero, most defensive position volleyball, couldn't even react in time for proper defense. Yeah, you don't even try to defend like your side or anything. You're just trying to defend your personal well-being at this point. The challenge seems to be badminton training. But yeah. Like I don't know, like that was our volleyball experience in school. Like we had some people who were in volleyball class since years already, and then the rest learned volleyball for the first time. And at the beginning, the teacher was naive enough to just let everybody choose their teams on their own, which was the biggest disaster ever. Because not only were they like experienced in volleyball, but they actually were a team in volleyball too. So we had like a team playing versus these bronze solo players. And it was like, I don't know, like there were, like I was like sort of like fine-ish, because I would at least be like possible, like it would be possible for me to sort of like gauge where the ball is gonna go. But there were some people who weren't able to do that. Like, I don't know, but like some people just can't really gauge that really well, right? Like you have people who throw the ball, and if you see the first part, you're just like, graph like this, so it's gonna get to the ground here. And then there's some people who look like could look at this whole thing and then would be like, here or something, maybe, like who don't really have that understanding, or that like intuitive understanding, and who need to actually like learn it. And yeah, that was sadly, we had like one girl in our class which was really, really bad at that. And she was also not the sturdiest of people. And yeah, she got hurt a lot in gym class. Which is, I don't know. Like, I really don't know what the teacher should be doing in that situation. Like, can you teach someone that intuition? Is that how it works? Or like, you know what I mean? It's just sort of, it's a really unlucky situation. Ooh, Nadim! Thank you so much! Thank you. I appreciate it. Nearly 3 years. Oh my god, that's so long. And welcome. How are you doing, Naradim? You have to go, next class? Alright, Fluffy. See ya. Thank you for stopping by. Oh. I think my decision I made a couple of years ago to play middle might backfire now, since I can actually do so much when I have time to see where it is. Maybe, like, I don't know, like, can you still change that now, or no? Just level up somehow. Yeah, just, I don't know, bribe a politician and level up to not be matched in gym class with the people who've learned volleyball. I don't know. I used to be bullied a lot for being too short in my school. Too short? That was a reason for bullying? Yikes. Well, yeah, actually, I don't even know if that happened at our school. Like, to be fair, I was so damn busy with just like surviving in school and like getting like handling my bullshit that I think I was really unaware of sort of like what happened to other people around me. I think actually I don't even know. Like, I couldn't even surely tell if I got bullied or not because I couldn't care less in those years. I really couldn't care less. Like, I know I wasn't popular. I know I wasn't friends with a lot of people. Um, and I know that there were some like weird, I don't know, jokes or whatever. I do think our school wasn't the worst. Like, I think our school was like fairly sheltered. Like we never had somebody like actually, I don't know, like get beat up, I think. Not that I would have known though, because I wasn't like, again, like I didn't have many friends. Like I wasn't in the loop about much which happened. But there was at least never like some teacher making like a case about that sort of. So I don't know. Just got home, gonna get a quick munch and then out with the dog, and then at 2:30 it's back to class again. Oh, how are you holding up, Naradim? I don't think my coaches want me on another position. I mean, it doesn't really, like, you don't really need them to want it, right? Like, if you really like playing that other position more, even though you're worse, um, I think you should focus on the fun, though. Yeah. Like, I've seen like a volleyball team here actually, like the volleyball team my friend played in. And they actually had like, okay, I don't know anything about volleyball, right? So I'm actually not sure which position or anything. I just knew that they had a really short person in a position where usually a person is playing, which is tall. But that short person, Jesus Christ, like he was doing it all, you know? Like he was jumping to like seriously high. And that's how he just made it work. Like, I don't know. Like, maybe this is not working in like entirely pro play or whatever. Like, I don't know. But, like, in that specific skill group, he was making it work. You're really short still. I mean, okay. That's why I said I look like a child, a Loki after Warvism. Oh, I'm so sorry for you. Like, it's not that it's like it's not that I think you're gonna have like a shitty life and like, oh my god, like your life is shit, like I'm so sorry for you. But it's like I know how society is. Like there's so many videos online on like how people treat people with dwarvism. There's so many jokes about just picking them up, throwing them somewhere, whatever. Like you can like just like all of it. Like everything you can bad think of, people do it. And it's just something where it's like, oh, that just really sucks. And then at the same time, I think, but I'm not sure, there's like health implications as well connected to this, right? I thought. Are we talking about? No. I was saying, like, I was talking about a real life person actually. So that was in the class of my friend, in the team of my friend, which I've watched. So that's a real life person. It's not an anime. I'm pretty tired, to be honest. I'm glad that I have vacation next week because I don't think luck is at my side right now. It's going down the drain left and right, and I still run for it. Hmm. Really sorry to hear that. Is it Like, is there something you can do or like learn from this at least? Then it's like sort of like is there something to learn from this, or is it just, you know, I don't know, just shitty? Because like I feel like whenever you go through something bad, like at least for me, it's giving me a little bit of comfort when I can learn something from it. Um, because then it feels like going through this now at least makes the chance like less that I'm gonna have to go through it again, because now I know how to avoid those situations or something like this. Like there's sort of, I don't know, I guess it's sort of like a sense of empowerment through going through this. But yeah, so is there something like this? And is there something you can do for yourself to recover and get some recovery before your vacation, or is it just gonna be like surviving till the vacation comes? I love short people. They took the height deficit, so I could be decently tall. Oh, wow. How tall are you, Pyro, by the way? Because like isn't like Belgian people are like quite tall, right? 180. Okay, that's not too tall. Like it's tall definitely, but it's not like insanely tall. Easy. 180. You're just like everybody's playing volleyball and you're just like Now, it's really interesting actually. Did you know? So my friend was at a child like as a child already quite tall. And apparently there's a thing they do in the Netherlands where they like um where you go to like a doctor with your child like every year or something, or every few years, I don't know. And they like check your height and everything. And they make some type of analysis, which seems like magic, but apparently it's like it's a real thing where they can where like they can find out somehow how tall you're going to get. Like they can measure something, and they get a number of how tall you're gonna be. And they do this because when they see like, oh, you're gonna get too tall, they can actually do something to make you stop growing and make or like grow less or something like this. And it's a common thing which is done if they believe you're gonna get too tall. I never heard of this before. When she told me this, I was like, huh? Like, you're telling me what? Like, we just. Okay. Okay. The Dutch. Like, this is not something I heard of. No. And she was like, yeah, like, you do that too in Germany, right? And I was like, no. Should we? Like, I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know which type of therapy it is. Like, so like, do you know like is it hormone actually, or could it also be something else? And this is just like a guess. All right, see you in a second, Naradim. Also, no, it's just one of these weeks where it all comes together, mostly because of two petty princesses at work who think they can decide when they want to work and when not. And the only thing I can learn from this is that I definitely don't trust these two with any task at all. Or Sigiberto, so they did that with your brother? I think it had to do something with hands. Interesting. Can I still do that? Can I find out how? Because there's been, my dad did like weird, like just, I don't know, weirdly told me that I would have gotten bigger or something, and then I just didn't get enough like nutrition and stuff like this. Is there something I can do? Like, can I measure my hands and find out if I actually got to be as tall as I should have been? Or if I'm actually like turned out smaller than I should have been? I didn't know that that works with dog paws, actually. How? Okay. I need information on this right now. Okay. How old do the dogs need to be? Do I need to have two different measures of two different times in their life? Or can I just, like, when I look for a dog, like 8-week-old puppies, can I just, like, look at their paws and be like, oh, this one has small paws, so it's going to be a small dog. And this one has big paws, so it's going to be a big dog. Is that a thing I can just see? They did something similar. They knew I was gonna be too small, so they put me on drugs, and now I'm decently tall. What? I would have probably been below 150 without my meds. I could have become a model if they would have just put me on meds. Jesus Christ. Yikes. But that's so odd. That sounds so odd. So we basically now can make everybody the same height? That seems so odd. I need to get in such things. I need to be straight. I'm attracted to things I don't have: long fingers, long legs, and money. Yeah. Interesting. I really can't remember them doing anything like this for me. I don't know. I don't know specifically how it measured, but that's generally true. Yeah, bigger puppy paws, bigger adult dog. But actually, probably below 125, if I'm gonna be real. What? Okay. I need to know. Um. ChatGPT says I can't determine how, like, if I got as tall as I should have been, with my hand size now. Apparently only growth plate X-rays or comparing to parental height predictions can show that. The program Friends, it's so popular. I'm not sure what hormones or even if they were hormones Pyro got, but I know testosterone will generally make you taller and estrogen smaller. I have estrogen dominance. Trans people often grow or shrink a few inches depending on which way they're going. If they're tall already, still? I thought there's only a thing you can do with kids, and like afterwards, it's like, yikes, done. The problem I had is that I don't make a lot of growth hormones, like barely any at all. Okay, interesting. Okay, so apparently it's like, it's what ChatGPT is saying, okay? Take it with like a cup like this of salt. But apparently they take bone age X-rays or like that's what they can do. Like they can take bone age X-rays, check hormone levels. So for example, with this growth hormone, and monitor growth curves. And you shrink because you actually have a bit of muscle pushing your spine apart, as far as I know. It's only a few centimeters. Shoe size can also shrink. Damn. I thought that's only what happens in age, because these like things you have between your bones just sort of like, they just like dissolve or whatever. Like they just, they're like gone if you're old. Welcome back, Nadim. Now, it still happens even if you start taking them in your 30s. What? What kind of curves? Asking the nerve of flat size. Growth curves? So it's probably like measuring you like multiple times and then seeing how the trend is going and sort of like predicting something or something. 3 or 4 inches is a lot though, no? That's like 8 to 10 centimeters. What? That's on the higher end. Most will be less. So 3 inches is like 7.62 centimeters. 3 or 4 inches is not, you heard it, y'all. This will be forgotten, okay? Like, none of y'all is making any clips of the stream anyhow, so this will be forgotten because I'm not gonna make that clip. Joke's on you. Well, it's over now. It's already too late, guys. Sad story, sad story. But yeah, essentially I'm just trying to express my frustration with me having to do my own clips the entire time, and I really don't like it because it takes so much extra time, because you don't do it in the moment but you have to do it afterwards, and then you have to watch the whole thing again, find those clippable moments, which seems to me like, watching it myself, it just seems like I can't do this right, because I'm myself. Like everything I say is like somewhat like purposeful, right? Like otherwise I wouldn't say it. So it just seems like you could set markers by shortcut and stream. I know, and I do. But the funny thing is, while you see them when you try to, like, in this highlight menu, I don't see them in the normal VOD menu. So I don't see them in the menu where I want to make clips, actually. I only see them in a menu where I can't make clips, but only highlights. Really, really annoying. I have an exclamation mark clip, but I think it only makes a clip of 30 seconds, not 1 minute. So... but yeah. I've rewatched what last stream because I couldn't remember the poem I was working on last time. It's okay, my laptop, not my phone. Yeah, I don't know. So like, if anybody makes clips, just know I really, really appreciate that. Because it's really, really annoying to me to make clips myself, because I never know, like, yeah, like I was saying before, like, to me, like, everything sort of seems purposeful, so I don't even know what would be, like, good to clip or what isn't. But I would like to, like, sort of, like, share clips of our community to the social media platforms to, like, reach other people, right? And sort of, like, make known, like, hey, if anybody needs peer support, you know, like we have that community, like, you know, like you want to join or not, like it's here, like you don't need to, of course, but like just if you want to talk to someone, just know it's here. And like we actually have sort of like valid takes sometimes, and sometimes less valid takes, and sometimes like actually really really good takes. And we have like really nice people as well and stuff like this. But yeah, I don't know. Hard to sort of like see that on your own if you're the person actually saying most of the stuff. I had to rewatch the whole stream, then saw your Twitch anniversary. Shows in chat that the streamer just reached their Twitch anniversary and types a cute little message. Oh. I'm glad. I'm actually considering, because we're getting to the point, so we have been doing these mental health check-ins now for... We actually... Funny thing, like we started like more than a month ago, but this, like using this specific schedule, with the Monday and Thursday, excuse me, we only have been doing since the beginning of October, I'm pretty sure. Yep. And before that, we were doing some mental health check-ins. But I don't actually know when we like specifically started. Did we start before I was in Germany, by the way? No, right? We started after. I don't know. So, yeah. This is actually the last stream of the month with the mental health check-in. And we were doing them since this month, so it's like 1 month anniversary of the mental health check-ins. And I really like how they're going so far. Yeah, wait, the point I was making, actually, because we go like so off topic on this, but the point I was making is, I want to keep all the VODs here, actually, about the things we talk here, because I feel like, I don't know, like people who opened up here should be able to sort of like come back to what they were saying and what I've been answering and stuff like this. And I also feel like it's like really nice because we cover so many topics that like other people can, without having to express themselves, sort of like see what the opinion around this topic sort of is. But there's this thing where you can only have a certain amount of VOD length for your Twitch channel. So I can only have 100 hours of VOD length on my Twitch channel saved. And we're at like 70 or something already. So there's not gonna be like too many streams left to be able to like fit into that. So what I was considering and what I wanted to ask you guys was, should I instead put the VODs on my YouTube channel instead? At the same time, I think it's, I don't know, they're VODs. It's like not that they're like really nice like YouTube videos in that moment. But I could do that. Like if that's like do you guys think that would be nice? Or should we just be like, well, we're just gonna keep like the last 100 hours and then like always delete the like first one, sort of, and just like rotate through? Or, yeah. I know YouTube algo punishes you for having videos of different lengths, so a lot of people create 2 channels. Really? Well, the YouTube algorithm is punishing me already, so you know, it doesn't really matter. At this point, it's already lost. One for what? For structured content? Yeah. I don't know, it's like really hard though, because I'm like, really, I'm doing everything, guys. How should I fit it? And like, should I have 3 different channels? That doesn't make sense. And hi, Zeal, by the way. Welcome, welcome. How you doing? Good to see you again. And also happy Halloween to you, Dylan. Do you have something planned for Halloween, by the way? Also, happy Halloween to Raven. Also, happy Halloween to Pyro. Hello, my queen. Thank you. My peasant. At least the What's channel is easy. I mean, fair. That felt great. You say that felt great? How about donate Mama 20 euros? Peasant. Don't do that now. This is getting out of hand. Shivers down my spine, exactly. Be scared. Imagine. There's actually streams like this. Did you know? There's some streams which are entirely based on the purpose of, yeah, well, essentially having cash slaves in your chat and being like sort of like a dominatrix and being like, you, like, I don't know, like, donate me blah 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 money now, otherwise you're gonna get banned and I'm never gonna talk to you again. No, that exists. I think that's actually funny. I feel like, you know, like, work smart, not hard. I don't know. I think it's interesting how there are so many different humans with different types of tastes and preferences and stuff like this. Like, we're so individual to the point where it becomes scary. My grandma once had a video taking up like 1.7 gigabyte. It was a very short video. How did that happen? Nice earrings though. Thank you. They're really cute, right? I'm considering to buy another pair of earrings from the shop where I bought these from. Well, actually, from the shop of her twin sister. But yeah. They're so cute, by the way. Like, one of them has like a shop which is in like a really sort of like, you know, like edgy gothic type theme of like black, neon green, that thing, like selling stuff like this, for example. And her twin sister has a shop which has like the entirely like complete opposite theme of being like this like pink, absolute girly, with like flowery like earrings and all of that. And I think it's such a cool combination. It's so cute. Like, I really hope they live together in an apartment, and like half of the apartment is just like this entirely super like girly room, and where like she works in, and then the other room is this like super edgy room where like her twin sister works in. Like, that's how I want to imagine it. Pay Piggy streams, exactly. Not that much different from all the pool streams back in the day. I mean, there's still pool streams now. Shut up and send me your paycheck. Exactly. Shut up and send me your credit card. I go to the Halloween Night Marathon in the cinema normally every year, but this year the movies were really bad ones, so I'm gonna skip it. Aw. How do you feel about breaking the tradition? It seemed like it was a really nice tradition. Fandom or financial domination exists, but against Twitch toss if done directly. Ah, true, because everything needs to be like out of free will, right? Just heard some random kid scream. Yeah, that's sometimes here in the neighborhood, you just hear someone scream really loud, and like, I don't know, I still feel like I don't just want to like not pay attention to it, But at the same time, there's no chance of actually finding, like, seeing the person who screamed. So, like, we walk out in a balcony, we look, and then we're like, okay, I see nothing, and the scream is over. Hopefully still alive. But one time, the, like, neighbor above us, the kid of them, cried so much that I thought, like, I'm so close to going up there and being like, sir, let me take over. This can't be that hard. Give them a popsicle, please. I'm getting a headache. I imagine it's more common on other platforms. True. You are modding for 2x Fandom channels? Nice. Yeah, I'm not, like, personally, I also don't like how Twitch sort of has changed to also host pool streams and stuff like this. But that's how their regulations are, right? And I don't know, like, that's how they mod their platform. And this is the community which is shaped by their moderation of the platform. But I really feel like it shows that Twitch is not owned by Twitch anymore, but by Amazon, and now it's more about the money than anything else. And I think it's really sad. Which is also why I actually was in the beginning when, like, Kick came out. I know, like, everybody hates Kick, but not only with Kick, also with, like, all the other streaming platforms which, like, tried it. I really was a fan of those, not because I liked them, but because I felt like Twitch, like, it's gonna be good for Twitch if Amazon knows that there's competition and they need to present really good value. Like, I feel like competition in a space pushes us to actually offer something really good. Like, I don't think having, like, a monopole sort of in the market is good. I think it makes it, like, really, really hard actually to get the funding for making the platform better and actually keeping on working towards making the value of the platform better. Because at the same time, like, I don't know. I feel like sometimes we see competition as something like, oh, but it's, like, bad for the people who work at Twitch and they might not make enough money and, like, might be laid off and stuff like this. But I think at the same time we need to see that there's some CEO over those people working at Twitch, right? And if they see that they actually don't need to get better and they can push out as much money as possible, then they're going to do that. And I think if they see, oh, there's competition, then they're going to put more funding into Twitch and stuff like this. So I think it's actually good for Twitch if Twitch gets some good competition. And yeah. So I don't know. I'm in favor of any type of competition on the market. I think we need competition to, yeah, to get better value off of things. I feel like once the competition is sort of out of the picture, things get bad for the person actually needing those or, like, wanting to use those services. You have a session on Saturday? Nice, yeah. Kick is still unfiltered. Also, so many targeted attacks from big troll streamers towards female small streamers. Yeah, yeah. It's like, it's not about the platform specifically, but I think honestly, any competition sort of serves the purpose. But definitely, what is, like, the type of streamers which are on Kick is sort of scary. But I think it's really, like, to a certain extent, I'm like, is it gonna help to just ban them? Because they're just gonna move to other platforms, no? or like make new accounts or like stuff like this. Like I feel like, I don't know, like the problem is like deeper, right? So we're just pushing the problem to somewhere else. Yeah. What else is there? 2000. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for the follow. In case we're all banned Twitch streamers. Go already. Yeah. Kick is just scam by advertising. As a fellow gambling addict, I'm all for it. Well, there's also like, yeah, I don't know. I don't really want to like excuse anything like Kick is doing, because it's not about the platform. Like I don't support the platform as they are, but I do support having competition. Because I think monopoles are even worse. I don't know. 2 casinos in a trench coat. I actually know that Kick at some point sponsored or had some type of like affiliation with Andrew Tate. So, yeah. Yeah. Only 2.5 more hours of work. Someone saved me. I mean, maybe you can make it a little bit easier for yourself. Maybe you can get yourself like a nice drink or something. Or only 6 more for me. Oof. I'm programming, you know the drill. It's fucked up. Yeah. I mean, if you can do, you can like is it a law at the moment in Germany that you can go down to 35 hours without being cancelled? Not cancelled, without being losing your job. Fired. Exactly. No. No way. I don't know why it works. Please don't change it as a comment and code. Oof. That sounds amazing. I think it sounds like a really fun company where it's like your work is adventurous and it could change each day and there's so much tension and there's so much excitement every day because you actually don't know if the whole house is gonna fall apart or not. So I feel like your company is actually super exciting, and in their job application ad, they should definitely advertise with the work environment being exciting and fun and ever changing. Like you never do the same because at some days the whole house is falling apart, and on other days there's just like really, really weird comments you have to read and sort of like make sure. And that's just, I don't know, it seems like a really, really exciting work environment. So I don't, you know, it's like stress is bad, yes, but like positive stress, something else. And like everybody needs some type of like ambition, right? And in that company, it really seems like you have an impact. Like your work and the quality of your work like can really change everything. And that's just, I don't know, like fun, right? Yeah. Your words cut deeper than any blade. Oh, I'm really like, I don't know, like, I feel like this is so, uh, yeah, I don't know. It's either this or crying because, like, what the fuck? Like, what should the comment be? That comment is the most basic code comment. Don't shame the tactics. No, you're really. I thankfully have never seen that comment. I've never seen Zach talk about that comment either. A fruit basket. See, like they care for your health. I think really enjoying the fruit basket is underrated. Nothing could hold me to treat the fruit basket like my personal property. I feel like if there's a fruit basket, you are entitled to that food. And I feel like you should use that opportunity. I really like snacking. I would eat food the entire day, all day, and I would definitely complain if the food basket is empty for multiple days at once. Um, and I think you should do the same. Make them pay by making the fruit basket expensive. Oh, okay, that's kind of nice. That's kind of nice. Gotta say, like getting kebab for free every Thursday is kind of nice. But yeah, hi. I sometimes honestly like. I feel like sometimes it can be really nice to see it in a more like positive light, in a more fun light, and just enjoying the mediocrity of the situation. Just enjoying the ridiculousness of the situation. And just I don't know, like sharing that with your coworkers. But I think it really depends on like who your coworkers are and if you like click with them really well. Like I think programming, like even if the software is shitty, can be so fun if you have the right people around you, right? And I don't know, I feel like it can feel really shitty and isolating if you don't have the right people around you. Because I feel like I don't know, like my mom, for example, has she has a business, right? And she's working with like contractors a lot. And to say the least, there's so much BS. There's so much bad practice. There's so much just I don't know. Like where people just pretend to know stuff and they don't. And because she's a woman in that area, she's like she has to do with mansplaining the entire time as well. And she has to do with mansplaining from like people who have no fucking clue and messed up big time and telling like her as like the expert like she's wrong even though she has like all the science in the world on her side. Basically showing that these people are actively endangering their clients. And I don't know, like I think the biggest part to why she's able to put in so much work and actually manage is because she's also too frustrated at the moment. Like she's like not too well off. But I think that's usually like that's because of a lot of things in common. But with her work specifically, I think she's holding up pretty well. Because she's taking it with fun and she's I don't know, like she's talking to that person, handling that situation, and then she's like putting the phone down, and it's like I'm like sitting across from her, and she's like, "Oh my god, this guy! Did you hear? Like he's so stupid. He didn't even realize. Like he didn't even read the whole paper. Like I sent him a full paper, and he read the title, and because of the title, he now called me that it's like wrong. He didn't even read the full thing. Like I'm." Oh my god, these people. And she's going like on this full rant, but with like not only with being frustrated, but with fun as well. Just like pulling it to the point where it sounds like so ridiculous, and like it's, I don't know, like one could argue like, oh, it's like talking bad about this person behind their back, right? But like I don't know the contract, that it's not like somebody we know or whatever. And there's like no negative consequences or whatever. But it's just in that moment, like letting go of that frustration while making it entertainment, essentially. Like treating it like free entertainment to connect with your coworker in that moment, or with some person around you. And I think, I don't know, I think that can make a whole bunch of situations which would be really frustrating so much better. I do have mansplaining every day. Wow. I always fear I do this to someone, but some people need it to be dumbed down for them. I mean, mansplaining isn't really like explaining something in a very simplistic way, right? Mansplaining means that the person you explain it to actually knows it better than you. It's essentially like reflecting back to them what they just told you. Like you were the stupid person, they explained it to you, and with that information, now you explain it to them. Or you just, or you are in a position where they clearly know it better than you because they're like, I don't know, like your boss or whatever. Or like the expert, for example, like my mom is. And then just explaining it to them and expecting them to be stupid, even though you have um, no type of evidence for it. So I don't know, like that's why I think like I feel like being stupid, like there's no shame about being stupid. I think honestly, genuinely, like hot take right now, I think we shame people too much for being stupid. I feel like being stupid shouldn't be something we shame people for. Because as there are like tall and like not tall people, and as there are like strong people and weak people, and as there are like, I don't know, like people who are like really good in communication and people who are not really good in communication, there's smart people and there's not as smart people, and that's okay. That doesn't make you a bad person. But I feel like it's really hard in our society to actually be a smart person, because we judge non-smart people so harshly, and there's such a, in our society there's like a this authority structure which is incorporating abuse, essentially. So like the higher you are in the pyramid, you can like abuse everyone below you. And because the structure is so ingrained in our society, it's actually like threatening to not be smart, right? Because if you're not smart and if the other one is like above you, then they can now treat you with disrespect, and they can not care about your opinion, so they can dismiss you, they can disrespect you, they can make fun of you, they can bully you, essentially, and we treat it like it's something they're like allowed to do because you're stupid, right? So like they're above you, and that's like their right now, sort of. Where I'm like, this is wrong, and also it's then in like because this is in our society, sort of, we then have people who can't where it's dangerous for people to actually acknowledge the fact that they are less intelligent or less informed in a topic than the other person now, and which makes being corrected threatening, because now the other person, like if you say you didn't understand this properly and stuff like this, like if you actually accept it, then the other person could see that as sort of like the right now to to do all these things to you, right, and to treat you poorly. And I think it puts you in this weird position where there's like you correct somebody and then they instantly feel threatened, even though they were wrong and you just corrected them. Like there was no disrespect, but because this pyramid is so like it's like with the chicken and the egg, you know, like this pyramid has been going on for so long that they already expect you to disrespect you now because of this. So any type of correction is instantly threatening. And being taken like really personal, because like, oh yeah, okay, so you're trying to like disrespect them and you're trying to like oppress them and stuff like this, where it's just like, I'm sorry, I knew better. I really am. But this is still wrong. And that's just sort of like the funny thing is, we have this struggle in so many parts of our life, and some people encountered more than others, for sure. But I actually even had this struggle in my relationship. Because every time I corrected Zach, because Zach got essentially like told as a kid as well that like being smart is like really, really important. And he got like all his like positive validation from being smart. So when I'm then smarter, it's essentially like threatening his value, worth, and personality. And then, yeah, and then he's just lying to sort of like uphold whatever misinformation there is. Which is, yeah, annoying. Because it's just like you stand there and you were just like, sort of like, wait, but wasn't this the other way? And then all of a sudden that whole conversation turns and the other person is pissed at you. And I'm just like, I just remembered something. What is going on here? And like, especially, I think that sort of like, especially because because I'm on the autistic side, I don't know, I just look at this situation and I see how like, it's very visual to me how the whole demeanor of the person in front of me changed. So I realized, okay, something is different. Like all of a sudden the other person is offended, but at the same time, like, I'm like, but I was like, I am like, huh? Like, I'm right though. Like, what are we, like, what is going on now? And what am I supposed to do? Because like, do I say I'm sorry for like knowing better? Like, how do you handle that situation? Yeah, really, it's like, please tell me a blueprint on how to handle these situations. But it's like not only like being autistic, right? But I'm also gifted apparently. So I run into these issues so often. And then I'm just, I don't know. It's a struggle, guys. It's a struggle. Give me the checklist on how to people. Exactly. I wish that would exist. Exactly, Pyro. Maybe I just misunderstood the term. I thought it was always assuming people were not knowledgeable. Yeah. Well, yeah. It's like either you actually like you're being like told something back that other person just told you. So like that's why the situation is like, you know, they know because they were the ones informing you. But now you treat them like they don't know and like it's explain it back to them. Which is like on the nose of mansplaining, because they like told you a second ago. So it's like really, really obvious that they are knowledgeable. You're the person who hasn't been. And now you're like switching, like now you're pretending to be the person who's knowledgeable and they need to learn. Odd. And then the other situation is just like assuming they're not knowledgeable, right? So I think what we can do and how it can like mansplaining and sort of like out of mistake mansplaining can be sort of like annoying, right? And also waste time. So I think there's like really no shame, and I think a lot of people actually appreciate it more when you sort of like ask them first what they know about this and like what specifically they want you to explain and to which detail. Because I feel like if someone gives you like a broad question, it's really easy to be like, well, like, where do I start, right? Do I start from here or do I start from there? But it's also about the like how you sort of explain it. So what I really like doing is I sort of start with the person being like normally smart, like the smartness you expect from them in their position, sort of. And if they seem like they understand really well, then you like speed up. And if they seem to not understand, then you go a step down. And if they don't understand that, then you go another step down. And that's like sort of like how I adjust. When I ask for confirmation for something, they're just trying to talk to me about something I'm an expert in. Then they keep explaining to me as if I'm a 3-year-old. I have 2 engineering degrees, by the way. Oh, I bet that's annoying. Astrodude, how are you doing, by the way? Are you doing well? I'm so sorry. We were rambling about so many different things right now. Sounds like an only child problem to me. Well, it can be. Zach actually has a sister. Not much contact though, sadly. Or like, well, they didn't have too much connection in their life. But it's still kind of sad. Like, to me, my sisters are like really, really important to me. So from like coming from that perspective, it's just like, I don't know, it feels like a missed opportunity. But at the same time, if there's not these emotions between them, then it's not really something they're missing, right? It's just something I sort of like portray on them because I would miss that. But yeah. I used to work IT and quickly started putting that first step very low. I always wanted a sister. Aww. My mom was too lazy. What do you mean your mom was too lazy? You did, like... Maybe you should have played more with your friends at the other people's house, you know? Oh no, ad break. And hi, Pandas. Oh wait, Pandas is also not a subscriber, so I won't see this. There's actually, oh yeah, well, Grumpy also doesn't see this. Oh wait, you don't have an ad, Pandas, or? Bruh. Zeal has ads, and Pandas, meanwhile, has no ads. This is so annoying about Twitch ads. Like, allegedly, y'all should have them at the same time, and allegedly, I should actually see when you have ads and when you don't have ads anymore, so I can wait for you guys to come back, sort of, right? And can wait with the discussion and, like, not losing anybody, right? But it's like the like ad thing which is being shown to me when you guys have ads is so often not aligning with when you have ads and when you don't have ads. Because technically the ad break is still going for 1 minute and 4 seconds, it's telling me, but apparently it's not, right? And then you guys don't even have ads at the same time, so that's like so annoying. And it makes it like nearly impossible to like wait for you all to come back. So it's like really, I don't know, like I would love, because I personally like, I don't want to like force you guys to like subscribe and stuff like this, because I'm personally like, I don't know, I'm not too much into like really supporting Twitch. But it's, I don't know, it just feels like it's impossible for me to just wait till you guys come back, because the ads are just whenever. And I don't know, you can't really tell. Yeah. Also, the other odd thing today, I don't know if you guys have noticed, and I don't know why that is, but sometimes, like right now, apparently, allegedly, we have 27 viewers. And like we had like, that was twice today already, where the viewer spike just like spiked up to like 30 viewers or something. And then after a few minutes, just like went down again. And it's like, what is happening here? Like, what is going on? This is suspicious behavior. Like, is it like, because there's a lot of bots on Twitch as well, right? Is it just bots? And sort of like getting information from like streams and then like after a few minutes of getting that information leaving again? Or is it actually people watching? And then it's like 30 people, because that would be a lot. Oh my god. Like imagine it in real life. Like I'm like, that's like a class size. That's like a big class. We're like in school and I'm your guys' teacher. And like there's like all these kids sitting in front of me. Like four tables next to each other, 4 tables to the back or something. Like, please, like who's writing the sitting plan so that I can learn your names? Like, who's doing that? Who has like nice writing? And then it's always the first girl sitting in front row. And at least that was our case the entire time. Like that one really felt like it's such a tiny thing, right? It was definitely like, it had a sexist connotation, but you could argue like, well, it doesn't really matter, right? It's like a really tiny thing. But at the same time, like it was always like, especially from like in our class, we were 4 girls in the entire class, like everybody else, a boy, okay? And we were sitting, like you, Raven, we were sitting in the back. We were at the last table, 4 girls. So in our class, it was so apparent which teachers were like, yeah, nice writing, we need to ask a girl. We need to ask the female species because they know how to write beautiful. And the male species is not capable of writing in a way where I can read it. Which is like, bro, we sit in the back for a reason. Like, we don't want to be bothered with anything. Just ask one of your like first row students who really want to like appease you, you know? Like there's a reason they sit in the first row. Don't ask us. Also, whenever I was asked, because this was regular class, right? We had like different lessons in some classes where like the girls were like split up. So then we had like even less girls. If somebody was sick, we had even less girls, right? So at some point, I was being asked to write that seating plan. And I had absolutely no clue what the names of everybody were, because I'm really bad with names and remembering names. And I was just getting them being like, sure. Shit. Hey. What is the name of the person, like second row? No, the other one. Okay. Fuck. What is the person's name sitting right next to them? You don't know their names? We're in that class for like 3 years already with them. Yeah, I'm just bad with names. Fuck, second row. What names are these? I think it was something with N. Fuck. Oh, Leah, can you add their last names too? Sure, Mr. Teacher. Fuck. Hi. Do you know the names? Yeah, like, so. Okay, amazing. Please write the seating plan. Thank you. It was so uncomfortable. It was so uncomfortable. Also because the teacher realized that, and also the other people, right? So it became really known, actually, that I'm really bad with names and don't know the people's names. I was literally one of those times where this situation happened. I was actually like sitting in like second row, and the people in front of me, like the row of boys in front of me, heard that, and were like, Leah, you really don't know my name? And I'm like, yeah, sorry. We're in class together since 5th grade. Oh, true. Wait, 5th grade? You were already in class with me at 5th grade? Yeah! Now we just be there like, oh, damn! I forgot they existed. So, yeah, that was my my experience of that. You accidentally comes through. Oh. Please ask one of them. It's practically jumping up and down at this. Exactly. My class had 19 girls and 2 boys. That was wild. Oh my god. Actually, Zach actually told me that he liked working with girls, like, way more than working with boys. Because he always got bullied by the boys, and the girls were actually nice. So, he was like, whenever he had to work with girls, it was like, nice, good thing. And whenever he had to work with boys, it was like, god damn it, like, nobody get it done. Like, everybody's gonna try to, like, get out of the work. Like, nobody's being accountable. Like, we're not gonna, like, ugh. When I did Komsky, it was a male dominated. What is Komsky? Girls only schools suck. No. My sisters are actually in girls only school. Apparently it's being switched actually. But the school doesn't sound so bad. Computer science, yeah, for sure. Whoops. When I did computer science, so when I studied game engineering, which is already the more creative version of IT, right? But it's essentially, it was like IT with like some extra courses towards game engineering. Anyways, so when I studied that, we had actually a couple of women in the course. It was definitely male dominated, but we had like, I don't know, like maybe 10% women, which is like more than 1%, right? Like I expected to be like the I don't know, like one of 2 girls in the entire, like, I don't know, like 100 people class. But we actually had like, let me remember. So there was, me, then I don't know the names anymore. Fuck. So big blonde, small blonde, Russian red hair, Russian weird green yellow hair, small brown hair, small black hair. I think that was it. But I mean, that's like 7, you know? So that was like, that's like 7, you know? It's like really, I can do way, like, I can remember way better, like, people way better with like seeing them. Which makes actually, like, I notice that weirdly enough, uh it's like specifically on Twitch, it's like an issue because the colors of your names sometimes change. And I don't remember your names, but I remember the length of your name and the color of your name. So when sometimes then people come in with different colors, I'm entirely clueless to what they ever have said or connected them to. So I don't know, like with some people, like, well, Zeal, like your name I do remember, but I do have to say, like, the connection of like everything you told me, like the picture of your person that I learn with you telling me stuff. Yeah, is connected to that name. But I do have to say, like, you maintained that color and name at least. Like, there's people who change their name like every few months and their color the entire time. Where then having like a proper picture of your person with like all the things you've ever told me, forget it. Not happening. I have enough memory for like 5 people. Yeah, it's tough sometimes. Like 4 women in the entire department across 4 years. Damn. Well, for us, this was also like actually only this the first semester, and in the upper semesters we had like both of the both of the Russian girls were I think they redid a year, and that's why they weren't in our semester anymore. But I'm not entirely sure. Like, it could have been that they actually, like, I don't know, like, left or something. But I was never like really friends with them. I just remember, like, it could also be that they just didn't come anymore to the classes. I just know that they were drinking wine out of like these paper Tetra Paks. What is that? Like the really seriously cheap wine. That's the only thing I remember about them. And the only other thing that was so weird, so it stayed in my mind, when we first had our like semester like WhatsApp group, they talked about having a sauna. Like one of them was like, "Oh yeah, have a sauna, blah blah blah. You want to come, blah blah blah," and they talked only between each other, but in the WhatsApp group with 100 people, and it felt so weird, especially with sauna. Like, it really felt like, I don't know, it just felt so weird. It felt so odd. Because it was just between them and like going on about, oh yeah, then we can like girls' night and like drink wine and like sit in sauna. It felt really, I don't know. No, I don't want to make a judgment about like other people. But it just felt really odd. And I just remember like being there and being like, do I just type like, oh yeah, I'm gonna come too? Or like how, like, I don't know. Like, there's important stuff for this group, and this is not it. We actually ended up, because like those people actually also put like the entire time we're blowing up this group with like memes, conversations, like random bullshit nobody was interested in. The memes were also not good. If like once in a while a meme about like computer science, like where the entire, like it's a meme for the group of students which is studying this specific thing, then it's like, oh, all right, like funny, right? But those were like really weird memes, and just like spamming them and like making voice messages when they're drunk and stuff like this. So we actually ended up making like a poll about, well, I ended up just leaving the group because that's my style. Like, this is how I handled any group so far. In my school's history, when people started abusing the group, I just left the group because I didn't need it. But other people then ended up, so Zach ended up putting a link in for like a poll where people could vote if they want to have like what the content of the group should be. And then what turned out would be that like memes for which are like directly connected to our studies, or important stuff and nothing else. So that sort of like shut them up, and they actually then started to make their own group, I think. But at the beginning, they actually tried to bully Zach why he made a poll, and that would be like so nerdy and stuff like this, even though this was only democracy. And they literally like bullied him for like trying to make a democratic decision. And that was so weird because it was like, you're in a like WhatsApp group of like computer science, you know, like IT, and you blame us for being nerdy. That's the idea. Okay. You thought you were really smart with that one, didn't you? Oh. Like when he told me this, I was just like, oh my god. Seriously. Just how dare you nerds be nerds for real. I sometimes forget the name of the person while talking to them. That happened to me too. How do you imagine a failure as a picture? I'm not gonna laugh about the self. Yeah, I'm just gonna rather spill my tea instead. Exactly. Not the box wine, yeah. The box wine. But yeah. This is... Guys, we're going off topic the entire time. That's a huge ass teacup. This can hold half a liter. I measured it because I'm a nerd. Well, to be fair, it can only hold half a liter if you actually fill it up to the brim. So the actual usable milliliter amount is more like 475. But these are... Do you see how thick they are at the bottom? It's like 500 milliliters of essentially non-spillable tea, even though I remember I just spilled it, and that's like irony. But if it's standing somewhere, it's not going to fall over. It's the perfect cup for your PC table. This will not fall on your like keyboard and spill over your keyboard, spill over your mouse. This is not going to happen. This is standing more stable than your mental health, probably. So like, you know, like that's what I love about teacups like this. Also, they look cute because they look really like thick and like, I don't know, stable. And I really love how they look. Like I hate teacups. I don't know who invented this, but there's so many teacups which are shaped like this glass, but worse. Which is like they start like really tiny and then go like this. Who invented that? Like, are you insane? Like, do you want to make bad designs on purpose? Like, is that like what sort of like excites you or something? Like, I feel like, I don't know, like that's sort of like a weird kink, I think. Like, I don't know, like, I don't want to, I'm not judging, I'm not kink shaming here, but I do feel like there's like a weird, the weird connection there. It's a regular size mug. She's just full human, exactly. But yeah. Anyways, we're getting off topic again. 475, yeah. Depends on how risky you like your tea. Well, 500 for the whole thing. So 475 is already pretty decently stable. But yeah, I also like huge glasses. Like this is also, I don't know how many milliliters. Maybe the same. Like probably around like 400. Where we are on topic. To be fair, today, no. Okay, but let's get back on topic.
Mission failed. We'll get them next time.
Fair. So I want to talk about mental health. So we don't need to necessarily get into like personal mental health check-ins. But I would like to sort of like switch to a topic which has to do with mental health. Which can also be like a more general topic, which can be like, well, like I'm I don't know, like I've been reading through like so many like bad news, and I notice how it's like pulling me down and the effect of that sort of, because I think that's like sort of connected to mental health. Or just like something like this, or it can also be the sort of like frustration with like mansplaining and stuff like this. It can also be like anything which touches on the topic. Because I feel like sometimes when we like, I really like talking to you guys, don't get me wrong, and I love topics like this. I love going off topic from time to time. And just talking about general things with you. But I feel like that if we do that too long and the entire, like, I feel like while we are doing that and being like entirely off topic, I think if a new person comes into a stream who doesn't know us yet and actually looked for like a mental health check-in, looked for someone to talk to, and we talk about these, let's say, like shallow, superficial topics, it doesn't look as inviting to be vulnerable and actually open up and seek help. So yeah, that's why like we can definitely do it. Sometimes I think it sort of belongs to the fun as well, but I don't know. We have been doing it quite a long time today, so I really want to sort of like guide us back to the mental health area at least. So if you have a thing, Easy, about this, what is it? Hit me. Well, if it affects you, it does hit on like mental health, no? Like it doesn't, like it can be like how politics affect us and stuff like this. Like, of course, we can then focus about the politics, but we can also focus about the effect it has on us and like how we can like handle that better, you know? So I started going back to the gym like 1 month ago, and that's working well. But I stopped cooking like 9 days ago and mostly eat unhealthy stuff, and I don't know how I can get motivation to cook. I feel that. I feel that. And it also feels so useless to go to the gym because of that, because I can push less weights when I'm not eating correctly. Yeah, I can imagine, right? You just don't feel as like energized as usually because you don't have as good nutrition. That makes absolute sense. Do you have an idea why that motivation left you? Is there like, did something happen 9 days ago? Was it like really, like, are you more stressed than before? Are you, I don't know, was there maybe like a thing with a friend which is still sort of like hanging above your head, pulling you down a little bit? Is it maybe because the weather that it's more like gloomy? Not really. It happens kind of often, but mostly for like 2 or 3 days. What is there instead of the motivation to cook? So if you were like motivated to cook before, what is there like something like which type of thoughts are holding you back? Is it just like, oh, I'm exhausted and I don't have energy for it? Or is it like I just don't feel like anything in my fridge, and that's why I just make like something, and then I don't want to spend time on it. Or like, what is the narrative around not wanting to do it or not doing it? I think I'm mostly exhausted. I do have stuff here to cook. So it's not that you wouldn't like good food, but you're just too exhausted to actually be bothered with like cooking yourself. Do you also like, are you really exhausted, or do you not have time, or is it both? Nice, Grumpy. Let's go. Oh, I had paprika go bad 2 times in those days. Yikes. You have time. Okay, so it's more about the energy and being exhausted. Do you recognize that when, like, back when you were still cooking, that you were less exhausted? I think only when it comes to like sports. But in general, not that much difference. Hmm. So, how did it feel to start cooking then? When you were still, when you felt the same amount of exhausted, sort of before starting to cook? Like, how did you pull yourself through to like cook actually? Mm. Mm. I see. Do you think it would help being less exhausted? Do you think it would be easier then to like start cooking again? Or do you think you would need more motivation rather? I think more motivation. Hmm. Is there something really nice you would feel excited about to cook? Hmm. You have energy, I just don't want to do stuff. Okay, help me understand. If you have energy, because you said before that I think I'm mostly exhausted, I do have stuff here to cook. In which way do you mean exhausted? Is it more like sort of like emotionally, mentally exhausted? Or hmm, yeah. Okay. Mm, then to sort of like check that, uh did you feel less mentally exhausted when you were still cooking? Because to me, this is like sort of like the like easiest way to sort of find the difference. Like what is different now to when you were still cooking. So okay, so less mentally exhausted. Is there something which, like, do you know why you're mentally exhausted? Because it's gonna come like from somewhere, right? Like sometimes it can come from like hormones. Sometimes it's like that there's something like wrong with friends, family, whatever. Sometimes it's like, I don't know, like something else at the job, or maybe the like bad news from outside, and just spending more time in like on social media and stuff like this. Like there's a lot of things where this is like could come from, right? Do you have like any idea? Things I like to cook my future. I think your future is already cooked. It's fine. Love you, Grumpy. Don't take it personal. It was too enticing. I think it's mostly that I don't currently have stuff to work towards, and that's why I don't do much, and that's just caused my motivation. Yeah. Okay. I did my last semester with only 15 credits, and it's kind of boring. I see. I think that actually makes sense. You think so too? Like why that's making you mentally exhausting? I have so little to do that I don't even want to do the small stuff that I have to do. Hmm. Well, but that doesn't help when I don't cook for 9, yeah. All right. So, what I love doing with situations like these, I really love to, first of all, don't beat myself up with the results of what I don't like right now. Because I feel like sometimes it can be really easy to, for example, see that like I haven't been cooking, like neglecting my nutrition, and then you're like mad on yourself, or like sad, or like damn, I'm so lazy, and you just like you don't feel good about yourself. And sometimes like shame or blame yourself. And like the first thing, once I like realized that, what I really like doing is letting that go. Like that's sort of like a thing which exists to me a lot. I don't know how prevalent this is for you, but I can really just recommend doing that. And I don't just say like, oh yeah, just let it go, like it's that easy. But what I really like is that now we sort of thought about this, right? We know there is a cause to this. Like this is not something which is, oh yeah, you're just lazy now. But it's like this is like a direct cause to an issue. Like you're mentally exhausted, like maybe understimulated, bored, and because of that you don't have any motivation, and that's just one of the symptoms of that issue. So I feel like not blaming yourself for the symptom anymore is already giving you like a tiny bit of energy back. And it's also like changing the discussion around this, because now it's not something you're like, oh my God, this is a problem, I need to fix it. Like I like this is like I don't know, whatever, like shaming, blaming, whatever. But now this is a sort of like, okay, how can I help myself actually? Like how can I change the situation so I'm feeling mentally like less exhausted and better again? And then like all the symptoms will change. and I'm just gonna trust that they will change. And if they don't later on, you know, like I can like come back to this talk and like evaluate again, like why I might think this is like, why this is happening, or like what's it causing. Hi GeForce. Have fun lurking. So I feel like we already got like a lot of information, which the information is essentially that the resolution seems to be that you need more stimulation, right? Like you're mentally exhausted because the last semester is now boring and you don't really have like anything to do, and it's not really something to work towards, and that's why you're just sort of like in this like like you just sort of like, it's like really hard to do anything at all. So how can we change that? How can you have more motivation like this? Is there anything you want to do or learn? Is there anything you could I don't know, like you feel motivation towards, which you could make a goal and actually like try to achieve? Like, for example, it could be I don't know, like doing something creative. It could be like reading a book. It could be doing like some other certificate or like an extra course in university. It could be, I don't know, like literally like teaching your neighbor's kid something and helping them. If, or I don't know, like doing something like really nice for your friend, or like if your friend needs like help with anything specific, sort of taking on some of their responsibility. But just looking for something, how you can like something which would give you motivation, something which would possibly be like challenging or whatever, which would give you some type of like purpose or cause or whatever, like some type of like extra work essentially, but work where you feel like this could do something, you know. I did have some stuff, like working on my game and learning 3D art in general, but the semester started and I didn't do anything. All right. Enjoy cooking. Why do you think that is? I know, like, this is going deep. I had my last project be due 2 weeks before the new semester. I wanted to just chill for the 2 weeks, and I think I forgot to stop chilling. Yeah, that sometimes happens, right? That it's just, it's like, I think it's like a very common thing people know who like already started working like a 40-hour job, and then they had like vacation for like 2 weeks maybe, and then they have to go back to work, and then like in the beginning it's like such a drag, and it's just like waking up early is like, oh, and then just like working 8 hours a day again after 2 weeks of chilling. It's just so so much effort. um Sort of like these emotions, right? mm, Are you physically doing anything right now? Are you like, maybe you said that before already, but I forgot. But are you like going to the gym at the moment, or like doing anything like physically exhausting? I just put my phone on like don't make sounds anymore, so don't mind me. Hmm. True. That's how we started actually. Like now I remember again. Oh, yeah, yeah. Now I remember again. Oh, this is embarrassing. It's fine. We talked about me not being able to remember names and stuff, right? Like, um, it was just sort of like a brain fart moment, I think. Uh, it feels wrong because it's kind of the same stuff, and I should be working on the university project. Are you scared that when you, or worried that when you would start your own project, like your own game, and would work on your own game, and then at a later point, you actually, with the university project, get to a point where now you need to do stuff and not only plan stuff, that you would still spend the time on your game instead and not on the university project? My mouse is going empty and I don't have a loading thing. Kinda, yes. I think juggling two projects with time management is kind of hard, no? I mean, depends, right? But at the same time, you could then stop with your game and continue with the university project and then later on come back to your game, right? Or is there something like, is that an issue? Hmm. I don't know if it's only an overthinking issue. I feel like our worries are like always coming from somewhere, right? Like there is, at some point you have made the experience that this would be bad. So let's try to find out the expectations around this. Um so if you would like, what is the worry behind you not being able to stop on your own game? Like, would the worry be that you don't spend enough time on the university project and actually like the university project like going bad, or like you not getting a good grade? Or is the worry rather that you won't, like, you would feel stressed because you would do like so much work at the same time and sort of like get into this like really stressed state where you like neglect yourself maybe, and like stuff like this? Like, I think both actually. Okay. Has this happened in the past? Like, did you have situations like this where like you started something even though you anticipated work coming up, and then you weren't able to like let go of something, did bad in the work, and also felt stressed out of like sort of like trying to handle both? I don't think so. Okay. Is it something where people around you expect this to happen or are scared of? That, like, I don't know, like your mom is warning you about this the entire time or something like this. Or like this happened to a friend and it was really bad. Or like a teacher is warning you about this the entire time. No. Okay. Do you have an idea where this worry could come from? Because I mean, your worry is like we're not worried about things which we don't believe could be like an option, right? So like at some point you started believing because of something that this is a viable and actually not only like a possibility, but a possibility to the point where your body, at least like your like logic is now that, oh, I rather don't start this because otherwise it's gonna like end up bad. So there's like, it's not only like some possibility, but it's a possibility you take so serious that you actually hold back on something. Is there like any type of event you connect to this? Like when you think about this, is there like any old memory which comes to mind, or like any? I'm just really scared of failing. Hmm. Okay, that's good to know, because I feel like with fear of failing, there's like, well, there's a lot of memories everybody has, I think, because like we all fail. Um, and not only that, usually it also sort of comes from like our childhood and like expectations from like parents, for example, to like do good in school. And like you can't play now, but you have to like learn, otherwise you could, I don't know, you know. I did basically take a 5 semester break because of mental health in university, and I need to finish this or I get problems with money and don't know if I can finish my bachelor. Oh, okay. So this semester actually, like, there's a lot of meaning behind this semester. And there's a lot of pressure to do well in this semester and actually succeed. Okay. I mean, is there is there anything more you can do about this semester? Like, is there, if we were to say about like, okay, like let's make sure that you're gonna like do this right. Is there like any type of like overachiever type extra work you could do to already work towards making it like a better success, or making it succeed easier, better, and like ensure success? Mm. Oh, I'm sorry for you, Raven. I also dropped out. I left the country. The only thing I could do is just learn math all the time to make sure I don't fail that. What keeps you from doing that? Yep. Well, I only moved from Germany to the Netherlands. Would essentially only be like a province if I would live in the USA. Mm. Okay, so math's like doing that from time to time. Okay. So you're already preparing for math. Like you're already sort of like doing more than the bare minimum. You're sort of already working towards like a good grade and not only passing. I'm not behind to a point that it's a problem. That feels like medium to lower end and like just managing and like procrastinating until you can't procrastinate anymore. Or because I'm not behind to a point that it's a problem still means that you are behind. Like, are you behind? Okay. Mm-hmm. I don't know why, but did I put this on the wrong way? No, I don't think so. Why is this pushing so much here? I did finish Math 2 in my third try with an oral exam. Ooh, okay. So math is gonna be an issue. Like you expect math is gonna be an issue. Hmm. Yeah, okay. So last semester I did nothing and did go to the exam only to be able to go to the oral exam, and the oral exam is really easy. This feels such a cheat. Got a 1.7 in math too, after failing 2 times. 1.7. Okay, yeah. Is this gonna be like that seems like a well, that seems like a working strategy. Are you scared that this is going to be different because it matters? Like, are you planning on actually taking the exam? Or are you planning on like failing twice again and then taking the oral exam? And you need to take the exam. Oh, you can't do the oral exam this year, or? Yeah. Oh, yeah, sorry. I meant like, do you plan on taking the written exam? Or do you plan on failing the written exam to then do the oral exam? I think that's why I'm kind of chill of being behind a bit. Mm-hmm. I mean, you could still like decide different, right? But so your plan is to go to the oral exam, just like do the same thing you did last year. Mm-hmm. Do you feel confident in passing math and getting a good grade with the work you have been putting in? Just like right now, sort of? Or is there sort of like a worry that it's like... Yeah, I just mean in terms of like how far you are with like how far the semester's been. Yeah. Okay. Is there like how worried are you about succeeding or not succeeding this semester? Not that worried? What do you mean with that? Like are you worried or are you like I'm worried about, but my logical thinking tells me that I will have no problem. Is it like a little bit that like does it feel like that you like logically think like, yeah, like it's fine. Like I did it like last year from like everything I know, like it's definitely going to be fine. But at the same time, because the pressure and stakes are high, it's like that you like then you have this like doubt about it. It's like, well, like I really need to make sure it's fine, and like I can't like 100% know, and that it's just like it really, really should be fine, but like, huh? Sort of, yes. Okay. Mm, I was panicking last oral exam. Add? Okay. I'm gonna go to the toilet real quick. Back after the ad. That scared me. No, why? Oh. I was so worried that I didn't pass while waiting for my grade. After doing basically everything right with only small mistakes, like forgetting a number is negative in the next line. Now I passed, but the irrational part of me just told me I failed, and I don't know why. So I take it you're already back from ads, right? Because for me, it still tells me that the ad break would go on for another 27 seconds. But y'all are back, right? Okay. Just making sure, and like before I talk to like nobody. All right. So hi, Dr. Picklerick. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, definitely. So you don't know why. Did you ever like fail in while studying, or like in school, or anything like that? Only did 2 Math 2 exams. Oh, so it was like you felt worried after you failed the 2 written exams, then also about the oral exam, even though you were doing like pretty good. Right? How are you? I'm good. We're doing like a mental health check-in with Zigibertos right now. Talking about, yeah, well, essentially it all started with being frustrated about not cooking right now, and now we're getting to the complete bottom of this with, I don't know, having like a lack of motivation and feeling understimulated. At the same time, not being able to sort of like do certain goals because it feels like, I don't know, like this shouldn't be the thing you spend time on. I passed all other exams, at least when I tried. Yes. Okay. Ziggy's actually studying. But yeah. So okay. What would have been the consequence of failing that Math 2 exam, by the way? Yeah, with the Math 2 exam, yeah. Not this semester. But the exam where you felt like really scared that you didn't like succeed even though you did so well. So it's not like you just, I don't know, like you do it the next time or whatever. Okay. You need to fail the written exam twice to then take the oral exam, right? My math is just a second try. Only once. Ah, okay. So you failed math free once before, and now the second time you can choose between written and oral? Oh, Sigiberto's having so many people to answer to now. Just say if it's getting too much. Hmm. Hmm. So isn't there this semester, because you need to succeed like this semester, right? Like specifically this one. So do you need to, like, could you be asked to write the written exam instead of the oral one then? Mm. Is that something you're maybe concerned about? Mm. The sun coming in at a really weird angle. Crazy. I'm not that concerned that he wants me to do the written exam. Mm. Okay. Hmm. Okay, it's hard to pinpoint. I feel like where this like resistance sort of could come from. Um, but there's actually there's different sort of like strategies you can do to sort of like approach and find solution to problems. Like one of them is this like sort of deep dive, finding the root like sort of belief or whatever, and sort of like resolving that. But at the same time, when it's something like really specific, like just like being with everything else happy, just wanting to cook more, for example, then it can also like you can also target like this really specific thing. So it usually sort of depends on what you really want to change. If you really want to um, like if it's sort of like a pattern which like sticks around longer and then you want to really find the root cause and like get rid of it for good sort of, or if it's like a one-time thing now and you just want to change that right now, and that's like sort of fine. Also failed because I had two professors before her that did go into pension after those exams, and he had a failing percentage of like 80%. Jesus, most of the stuff is going kind of well. More IRL, for instance, a few months. as I said, I just started to go to the gym a month ago. Yeah. Um. So, So if we focus on the like direct problem instead of trying to like get to the bottom of all of this, um, it's essentially just trying out different strategies, and seeing which one works. So one of that like these strategies could, for example, be to ask friends to cook together, to put more motivation into it and see if that does anything, if that makes it easier. Because it could be that it's just sort of like a thing where you need to like get back into it, sort of like then you like get out of the chill mode and like afterwards it's like working again, sort of. So you could, for example, ask friends to cook together, um, and see if that is sort of like starting something or making something easier or whatever. Um, the other thing could be that you just start with something like really small, you know? Um, and just, I don't know, like take a meal which maybe doesn't even is like as nutritious, but it's like a fun thing where you feel more motivated to make it, maybe. So that could also mean, for example, like baking, like making cookies or pancakes, or I don't know, just like something which is more desirable to make, where you have like more motivation towards, if that's sort of like a thing, if that's an option for you. um which is like a weird thing that I don't value myself as others, I think. I don't think it's too weird, to be honest. Like, we are social animals, and like a lot of good emotions actually come from the interaction with other people. Um, I don't know. Like, I feel like that's low key what's making us work, like our species. And like, I don't know, like if there would be no motivation from us to like make other people happy and get happy if they get happy, I don't think any type of society would have ever worked. And I think that's sort of why our mass society nowadays is an issue, because it's like it doesn't feel as close to each other anymore. So we actually get less of these direct connections where we feel like we make another person happy. Um, but yeah, so you could ask like friends to cook together, or family, or the neighbor, or like, I don't know, like anything, really. Then you could ask like make like fun recipes, where you feel just like more motivated to do them, because the thing you're bummed out about is that you don't really have the nutrition for that, like gym is actually doing something. But this is usually like not the recipes which are that much fun. So I feel like maybe like starting with some like fun recipes, even if they don't like necessarily solve your problem, but just like any type of recipe which is getting you to cook and feel like cooking. If that's like cookies, pancakes, if that's, I don't know, something like really silly, like I don't know, like noodles with ketchup or something. But, well, you can't call it cooking, but anyways, like anything sort of like that, or if it's something experimental where you're like, I don't know, like I'm gonna make like 5 different types of pancake and see which one is the best or whatever. Um, then like stuff like this. I will be doing the friends thing probably. I think it's really like good that you start with this. I just want to like sort of like have more ideas, that like if that is not doing the trick, then you know how to like progress from there on. Because it can be that this is not doing the trick, right? Um So yeah, like asking friends, fun recipes, and then what is the next thing which could be a thing? Um, rewarding yourself with something else afterwards. Like you could, for example, give yourself some like outside motivation to actually start cooking. And be like, okay, if I now cook for like, I don't know, like the entire day or whatever, or like for 2 days in a row, like 2 meals. But you said you always usually cook for like 2 to 3 days. So if I just like cook today, um, I'm gonna, I don't know, I'm gonna reward myself with whatever like the reward is you like have in mind. Like if there's like a game you were looking to buy but like not really sure, then maybe like this. If there is, I don't know, like an event you felt like going to, but then we're like, oh, maybe it's not that like nice or whatever. If there is like a thing you don't usually buy, like some candy or whatever, where you feel like, oh, well, like this is actually like too expensive and it's like a special treat to you, then something like this, for example. Like if there's any type of like tiny, like a, like, I don't know, I guess their reward can be as tiny or big as you want to or need to. Um, but if you have anything in mind, like a reward, um, that could be a thing. Just giving yourself like an reward outside of the cooking situation. The other thing could be making cooking more fun. And for example, I don't know, like putting on, like trying to make cooking the, like trying to minimize the resistance to cooking. So, for example, if you usually, instead of cooking, like really enjoy watching like a movie or whatever, you could, for example, like put on the movie while cooking. Or I don't know, like turn on music while cooking, or uh, put like already buy pre-cut things so the cooking is like less effort, or um, I don't know, like any type of thing like this to sort of like lower the resistance to actually doing it. That could also, for example, be drinking an energy drink. If it would be like more like physical exhaustion. But yeah, sort of like anything like that. But I think like just starting with the friends thing is already a good thing, and then we just hope that this is like kickstarting it. Um, and I don't know, like sometimes you can even like if you just like tell friends like, oh, like I have like really trouble like cooking right now, and it's like, I don't know, I just can't be bothered to like start anything. It's so hard. Um it can actually like offer your friends the possibility to help you with this, and not only, for example, um I don't know, that like you cook once together and maybe like for the next time you video call while you cook or stuff like this. Or you make it fun in the way that, for example, um, I don't know, like everybody of you is like cooking something and then bringing it to university. And you're essentially like cooking the meal for the other person and do like a switcheroo in university. Like there's a lot of fun things you can do. Um, I actually did a video call thing with some friends, but it only worked one time. Yeah. Well, yeah, just sort of like try to find something where I feel like, okay, like if this would happen, I would feel motivated to do it, or I would feel like more motivation to do it. Um, at the same time, if none of that works, and let's just say like you try all of that and like, oh no, I painted my mouse pad in the white, especially nice. Mm, our cafeteria is good apparently, so nobody brings food to the. I mean that's fine, but like you can still do it. Like you could still be like, this is fun and let's do it. Like I'm gonna cook you a meal, you're gonna cook me a meal, and haha fun, Cooking old family recipes can also be fun. Making like a sentimental meal can also be fun. Which is sort of like reliving like nostalgia or whatever. Watching cooking streams could also give you motivation. That's fair as well. But yeah, so anyways, if none of these things work, right? Like you tried it all and like none of them worked, and you feel like, okay, apparently, like then we know apparently it's a bigger issue as we thought, right? Because like none of them worked. Then I would say try to journal while like do like one time where you're like, okay, I'm gonna cook now. And you journal about anything going on in your head about that. Because then we're in the area of like trying to get more information to actually be able to fix the issue. To like pinpoint it more so we can do something about it. So that's why you then like journal about it. So you journal about which type of resistance you feel. You journal about that you, for example, ended up on social media because you were avoiding it. You journal about that you like how you feel in those moments. You journal about like all the times of how you avoided it. You journal about how you feel when you think about actually starting now, and like what your bodily sensations are, where your mental is at, that you, I don't know, maybe feel it's useless because of whatever, and like just what's going on, like what thoughts are in your head. So it's essentially like an experiment, where it's like, what is actually going on? Like, what is going on inside your head and in your body? Like, why is there so much resistance? And like trying to understand it. And it's more of like, you don't want in that moment necessarily to fix your negative emotions or your negative thoughts, but you just sort of perceive them. So you like push yourself a bit more and then you see what happens. You push yourself less, see what happens. You like if you see like a specific thought coming up, you maybe like try to entertain that thought. Like instead of pushing it away, you sort of get into it and like, okay, like I'm concerned about this, but why actually? Like what do I think will happen? Like what is the expectation I have, which that concern is attached to? And sort of like, yeah, like see it as like a science project, I guess, and really trying to find out like, okay, which emotions are in the room with me right now, which coping mechanisms am I using to try to avoid these feelings. And like whenever you notice like, oh damn, like I just like without knowing I just got sucked into social media. I was about to like cook and now all of a sudden I'm like sucked into this like whole thing, and I didn't like, now only I notice how like I'm coming back to this. And that's like, all of that is fine. Like none of that is judgment, none of that is bad or anything. All of that is giving us more information. So when you then just notice like, oh damn, okay, I've been just sucked into that, then you just write down like, without knowing, I've been like sucked into doom scrolling on social media. And you try to remember like, how did it start? Like, did I want to like look up a recipe, or like what was going on there? Like, how did I end up there, sort of? And like, how long did it take? And like all of this. So sort of like the entire progress and like everything which is going on around that resistance to actually cooking. And that might just give you enough information in that moment already to change the situation to a situation where you then are able to cook. It might not, but it's definitely going to give you more information. And yeah, then you can come back, talk to me about it. And we're going to try and figure out what's going on. But yeah, I think starting with the friends thing could be a thing which works, but we'll just see. So yeah. Really long talk about cooking, but we'll do that. Well, I definitely hope that we're just gonna like get to the bottom of it. But yeah. Sometimes there's not this huge overarching pattern, but it's just sort of like a random accumulation of things and triggers. And then just getting out of them helps the most. So I just sort of, yeah, notice that we don't really get to like a very specific point. But yeah, I think it's really fun to have like long talks about cooking. No? Like, I definitely think it was interesting. And I'm glad you shared so much and were vulnerable like that. So, thank you for taking part in the mental health check-in like this. And I hope it's gonna work. And definitely let me know if it works or not. I would love to know if this actually helped. All right. So, is there anybody else who wants to share anything? I feel like this side here looks so pretty. Like all the like tiny curls, and this side here. It's oddly, I don't know, a bit weird. That's better. By the way, I got new dice. Do you see this? Do you see how pretty this is? So pretty. Oh, look at the cut of this one. Do you see all these tiny faces it has? And all the light which is reflecting, like, oh my god. Like, if there's light shining right on this, it's essentially like, wait, let me show you. It's like a small disco ball. You see that? So cool. I don't know, I love that. Wait, does it show here? The lights. I don't know, it's so cool. I love these so much. Can't wait to use them. So, is there anything else we want to talk about? I'm actually trying to remember if I told you guys about the situation with my mum and how it turned out. Because I feel like it could be an interesting topic. It's definitely been something on my mind. And yesterday only, I talked to my therapist about it. And it's like, oh my god, the session, there were a few. Okay, I don't know. The situation like last week. Yeah, last week. Where I texted her and then and then all of a sudden this whole discussion started. That thing, was that something I talked about, or I sometimes you don't really have time to get uh into stuff, so I'm not sure. So anybody remembers? um but yeah, so a therapy session yesterday was actually so affirming. It was so nice. It was just, I just talked about the situation with my mom, and I talked about the spiel and everything. And it was, I don't know, like my therapist was so proud of me, and I was like, yeah, I did that. And I got some sort of like affirmation to how I think things work, sort of like more general ideas, and that was also really nice to know. To just sort of like check that I'm like on the right way, on the right path, you know. So really nice sessions, a lot of compliments. Essentially, I'm just I'm just amazing. I don't know, like I finally got it. Um, let's start from the beginning though. Um, so let me think how I start best. Mm, okay, so um, I so the first thing I sort of got like confirmation on was that essentially you like how getting better and being like mentally stable sort of like works, like how the pipeline works, is that you in the beginning you sort of like are like you learn about a lot about yourself, and you learn a lot about the triggers, about the narrative going on, all of that stuff. um, and essentially you sort of like dissolve negative thinking patterns, negative world beliefs, and stuff like this. And then you form your own, hopefully positive world beliefs, healthy world beliefs. And with these sort of as weapons, you start to live and form new experiences. And the way you sort of like your survival response is probably not going to be the best at the beginning, and that's fine. So the biggest impact actually comes when you notice and sort of like with energy management, with better energy management. Um, so if you like maintain, and that's like the best way to like be stable in the beginning, is if you maintain to stay below or like within the window of tolerance, and like below the the part of the window of tolerance where you just, yeah, I don't know, like can't handle shit anymore and are overwhelmed and stuff like this. Because that's where your survival response kicks in. And changing that survival response takes a lot of time, because that survival response is really, really well connected to your trauma and stuff like this, and to your toxic world belief systems and like all of that. Because that survival response is essentially only formed in situations where you were out of that window of tolerance. And so those situations are usually like all negative. And that's this survival response. Like, this is how you survive these types of situations. And then, like, over time, sort of your window of tolerance gets smaller and smaller. And then that response takes over, and that's how your life looks like shit all of a sudden. Because if you apply that survival response of like normal situations, you just make everything shitty. Like, you make everything like way more negative than it would need to be. You are overreacting to essentially anything. You're painting people as bad even though they're not. You're like really like black and white, because you can't afford really to have more different classifications, because what you believe is that there's threats all around you, that you're going to get hurt, and you need to protect yourself right here and right now. And collateral damage doesn't matter as much, and like all of these things. Also, you're not as logical. Like, you are way more controlled by your emotions instead of controlling your emotions. And you like can't, like, it's also really like way harder to regulate your emotions, and that's sort of what makes you so emotionally unstable. Because in these moments you, yeah, because you can't really control your emotions and regulate them, you're unstable, you're unbalanced, you don't have the means to balance yourself. That's like the definition of being mentally unstable. And especially it's like this like switch between like being below the window of tolerance and then all of a sudden being above the window of tolerance. Like from one moment you believe like, oh, everything is fine and like the world is fine and like I'm fine and like my friends are fine and stuff like this. And then in the next moment you're like the shittiest person on earth, or your friends are the shittiest people on earth, and the world is the shittiest on earth, and like all of that, you know? Which is like now your logic has changed all of a sudden, and it's like two different people. And so what my sort of idea is, which I got affirmation for in that moment, is that you don't necessarily train that survival mechanism in survival states or like directly at all, but you sort of train to make this window of tolerance bigger by training to stay within the window of tolerance instead of like blowing above it. Because you, for example, learn how to take rest seriously, you learn how to regain energy, you learn how to have proper boundaries so you don't go like higher and higher, but you stay below and within the window of tolerance. And that's how you don't blow into this like survival response, which is going to mess everything up. And the more sort of you do that, like the more repetition you have, the more you stay with that like good world belief system, the more situations you sort of survive in that, the more evidence your body gets that the world isn't as bad as they thought and the anxiety is actually not as necessary. And the more empowered you feel to handle more and more situations within that window of tolerance without like blowing them like up into like out of the window of tolerance. And so like the more you do this, the better essentially is going to get your survival response as well. Because this is like, it's going to like with time and repetition and all of that and sort of like trusting that, like really getting to the deepest layers of trusting that, then your survival response is going to change as well. When endurance stretches past its fragile thresholds, the ancient instinct to survive quietly stirs and seizes control. Best way to put mental instability is like saying when feelings slip their leash, harmony fractures, and the mind drifts into storm waters or muddy water per se. Yeah, for example. That's definitely sort of like how it feels. This is also why once you get within the window of tolerance again, you sort of realize like, damn, like shit is actually not as bad as I thought. Like I thought, like I was like thinking like, oh my god, that's so bad, and like my whole world was falling apart, and I was so mad, and I thought like I'm never gonna find a job again, or I'm never gonna have friends again, and like this friend is like the worst person on earth and so manipulative and like so bad, so bad, so bad. And then like I don't know, like a day later you sleep and all of a sudden, actually like it's sort of fine. Like you're maybe still not like okay, this was like amazing, but you're like, okay, like people make mistakes, like stuff happens, it's fine. And like the more unstable you are, the longer this takes to get within the window of tolerance again, because your window of tolerance is like way smaller, right? And the more unstable you are, the more volatile this window, like you getting out of that window of tolerance is. So like every tiny thing can sort of like rocket you out of that window of tolerance. So that's why the first thing and the biggest impact, I guess, is when you know how to manage to stay within that window of tolerance, because that's how you make it bigger, that's how you empower yourself, and that's how you feel like you're going to be able to handle situations. And like the longer you stay in that, the less you like hurt friendships, hurt your life, hurt your like, I don't know, like within that window of tolerance, you're just able to care for yourself better as well. All of the stuff like this. And that it works like this was sort of like my therapist was just like, yeah, like that, yeah, this is good. Like this is how it works. You understood it. Perfect. So that was nice for me to like just sort of get the affirmation for, because I was still sort of like, are you like, how, like, can I expect better for myself already in the survival system or not? Like, how is this necessarily, like, am I actually training my survival response by not being, like, not using that survival mechanism? Or am I just sort of avoiding all of the situations which are bad? And that's how I, like, you know, like, because that wouldn't be good either. But so that's not the case. It's more like you also, like, you shouldn't be avoiding everything, because then your window of tolerance is not getting bigger, right? It's actually sort of getting smaller. So you like try to expose yourself to new stuff, but like with the tools to regulate your emotions and like not be on this, but like, you know, go down again. But also you just learn how to take it slow with stuff which is triggering you, and like start at the smallest amount sort of, and then working your way up. And it becomes staticky at times. Sorry, I'm touching the cable. That's really loud, I bet. I don't know, is that better? I don't know if that did anything except harassing your ears, but I hope this is fixing it or anything. I don't know. Tell me if it's not fixing it. Harder, please. Yeah, so this is how it works. And the reason why I sort of brought this up, it's working fine thus far. Okay, yeah, just let me know. And the reason why I brought this up in therapy was that last week, I told you guys on Monday that like the last week, so 2 weeks ago now, that week was like a little bit much, and I don't feel like I fully recovered yet. And I told you this because I plan to take a rest day on Tuesday. The thing is, I didn't really rest well on Tuesday. That's what I told you guys on Thursday. But I did manage to rest on Wednesday. But I still noticed, like, okay, like with going to this like convention now, this is gonna be like, this could be too much. Like, I'm just like the convention is gonna be exhausting. Being with friends can be exhausting. So like this is, I don't know, like I sort of need to watch my energy. And then it wasn't only that. So like a few things came together. So on Monday I realized last week was a little bit too much, right? Then I didn't take the rest seriously on Tuesday, but actually worked. So that wasn't too great. On Wednesday, I took the rest seriously, but we also had sort of like a relationship talk where I had to be there for like Zach, and sort of like it was about sort of like more like a deep talk with him as well. So that wasn't like too relaxing, even though we did sort of like still relax on Wednesday. But like not the full like rest I was hoping for. Then not only that, but on Thursday I still did the stream, because I expected to have time between the stream and actually starting to the convention. But because of a communication issue, I actually didn't end up having time, but having to end the stream early and then instantly head out without having like food or like whatever. And then also like getting to know like new people, having to like speak Dutch with them, which is also more exhausting and stuff like this. And just like driving a bunch. Like the other people were driving like 2 or 3 hours on that evening, and I was driving with her to her family, back from her family, and then to Germany, which was like 2 or 3 hours more. So yeah, that. And then my mum came in clutch too, because Yeah, like back in Germany, she essentially like told me that because she's supporting a different political party, a right-wing party in Germany, and I'm definitely like, yeah, this is a common conflict topic in our family. And she said like she wants me to share my sources whenever I see something which I don't like of the party. Not like as verbally, but definitely in a way of like you say all these things now, blah blah blah, but I want to see the real sources. So it was like, okay, fair, like next time I see some, I'm gonna send them to you. So this time came on like, I don't know, Monday, Tuesday, whatever, or Wednesday or Thursday, I don't even know. But at Thursday at least, or at Wednesday, no, at Thursday actually. Yeah, so I sent it to her on like Thursday in the morning, and just be like here, like this is a situation I found about that party. Like this is like one of the things why I don't like them, or why they look bad to me. But I didn't even like, I don't know, I didn't say it's like the worst party or whatever. I didn't say this is like the whole thing, blah blah blah. I just said like, here, this is what happened. And there was like, for example, with this, there was no consequence from the party. And then my mom answered in, well, just AfD. She's supporting AfD, yeah. And yeah, so common conflict topic. And yeah, so she answered to me with completely dismissing the thing I said about that party, like not even sort of like making like a big, I don't know, comment about it or anything. In the big, so the first sentence was like just dismissing the whole thing because she actually brought up something a different party did. So the CDU, which is the back then mid party of Germany, now more like right leaning. Thank you for the follow. Welcome. The mental health talk. That would be good too. Yeah, but definitely like political differences can be really exhausting. So this is sort of how, like, that was the cherry on top. Like the week was already like sort of hard. I wasn't like, there was a lot of unexpected things happening. I wasn't able to rest as much as I wanted to, and then this came along. And I also didn't really expect it. So I thought like, okay, like I'm just gonna text her this, and because she wanted me to send those sources, right? So like I'm just gonna do that. So she then responded with to me, like, so in the beginning she just said something about an entirely different party doing something shitty, and then had the leading question being like, and you don't have a problem with that, huh? Where it's like, how, like, I don't support that party she mentioned. That party was the CDU, so like as like low-key, like as like close to as bad as the party she's of. And it's like so I'm like, there's no connection to me really, or my behavior. So this was just like, huh? So in that moment where I read that, I just sent her a voice. Like I only read the first sentence, that sentence. And then the next I didn't even read anymore because I was like, are you shitting me right now? Like you told me to send you these sources, and now you're bullying me for this. Like, is this like, are you serious right now? And I don't know, just because this is a common pattern. So this is something where like one sentence of her like this and it's setting me off. Like I'm like, this is bullshit. I hate this. Because this is one of my, like, I don't know, like it's, it's my mom, and it's exactly the thing which is triggering me. It's exactly our pattern. It's the perfect combination of dismissing, deflecting, at the same time being disrespectful and just bully behavior. So I sent her a voice message with, like, are you kidding me right now? Like, you told me I should, like, give you those sources. I'm doing exactly the thing you told me to do. And now you're answering with this. Like, are you serious? Like, this is bullshit. Like, I didn't, like, why do you, like, have to just, like, blame me for this? Like, this has nothing to do with me. Like, I don't even support the other party. Like, what is this argument doing here? And just sort of, like, doing, like, a short message, really expressing my frustration with that situation. And after I sent that message, I already noticed that I was like, God damn it, this is exactly our pattern. Like, in the moment, I didn't, like, instantly catch it, but at that point, I was like, damn. I was like, this is not me. Like, I'm not, like, I don't know, like, this feels mean to me. Like, attacking, like, I don't know, like, even though she attacked me, it, like, I'm not a person which is like, what is this bullshit? Like, what are you saying? Like, you know? And I just, like, I don't know, I sent it and I instantly felt like, God damn it. Like, that's not, I don't want to be that person. Like, this is exactly why I hate this, because it's ticking me off in a way where I, like, I'm not the person I want to be. And I hate that. And I think then I just, like, sent her, like, another small message of, like, you know, like, we could actually, like, talk about politics, but this is exactly why I can't talk to you about politics. Like, you always pretend like I can talk to you about politics, like, oh, send sources, and then, like, we're gonna, like, you know, talk about it. But then you send something like this and just, like, bully me and dismiss the whole argument. Like, this is, like, you baited me into this conversation being like, oh yeah, we're gonna discuss. And, like, now this, like, there's no point in talking about politics. And I think that's really fucking sad. Because I feel like there should be space, but there's no space because everything is instantly, like, it's getting personal, disrespectful, all of that. So then she sent me a voice message. And I, on that day already, because I knew I was, like, gonna start on the convention, right? And I was like, this is already, like, I didn't expect this. I didn't anticipate this. I could have anticipated this, but I didn't. And I was like, I don't have the energy for this. Like, I'm not, like, entirely recharged. Being on a convention is gonna take energy, you know? And, like, I can't have this right now. Like, this is, like, I'm gonna be on the convention with friends. I want to be able to be a good friend. I want to be able to enjoy the convention. We also, like, I'm gonna be, like, we were staying at my grandparents, so I'm also, like, I'm gonna have to handle, like, a lot of different things in that moment, because I'm gonna have to, like, spend time with my grandparents, but at the same time being on that, like, first trip with my friends, and then going to this convention where I've never been before, where, like, there's so many people and so many things I don't know and all of this. And the thing is, I also, like, instantly sort of, like, knew static key again for a few seconds then. I really don't know why. That's so weird. So I just answered her, like, I'm not gonna listen to your voice message. I'm sorry. Like, I expect it to be negative and aggressive. And if that's wrong, then I'm really sorry. But I just, I just expect the opposite. And I don't know, I just need the energy for something else right now. And especially because you just don't realize that you're a special person in my life with special meaning, which can also like hurt me especially bad. Well, that answer was, I'm proud of myself for that answer, and my therapist is actually also proud of me for that answer, because it's stating my boundary. But yeah, we don't really have to I don't know, like, it's, let's just say she didn't take it as good as she could have, which was expected. But yeah, like, I really hoped that this would be like, that she would just be like, fine, and like not text me anymore, or just not answer. But no, of course not. So she texted me back instead, because like voice messages I can actually just not listen to, and then I'm like, I'm not bothered by any of it because I didn't listen to it. Text messages, of course, like show up in your notification field, and show up like the first few sort of like sentences show up in your like message preview. So you of course see it. So her answer was essentially that she doesn't understand why you can't fight with me. And it's like so normal to have different opinions, and it's like having different opinions shouldn't lead to like the pillars of your world crumbling. So, well, essentially, like, she told me I'm a snowflake, and this is normal. So I just told her, like, discussing, no problem. Where you like talk about facts, you care about the other person's opinion, you listen to them, you try to understand them, you try to work together towards a solution. Like, that I can do, but this is like something different, because this is like, I don't know, like, this is disrespectful and dismissive and just hurtful, and then I also added that, like, that you now phrase it in a way where it's my fault, it's my shortcoming, and that, like, this is like a tiny normal, and it's sort of like only my fault, is exactly describing what I was saying in a message before, right? And then she just answered, I see that differently. Where I'm like, what? That in discussions, you should respect the other person and listen to them and understand them and try to work to a common goal? Is that, like, that's not how discussions work for you? Okay. Or is it that, like, what even is it? Like, there's multiple things in that message, right? But, like, she doesn't agree. And yeah, I didn't answer to that. But, so that was the situation with my mom. And of course it influenced me, and I'm really annoyed. And that's also why I brought it up in therapy, because I was really annoyed that it took away more energy of me. Like, I didn't want to listen to that voice message for the reasons I was stating. And then it just sucked out more and more energy. And while, to be fair, I stepped out of the pattern quite successfully, because this is only 2 messages, right? Like, this is not like in 2-hour discussions where I end up leaving and crying because she's telling me what a bad human I am. But this is like this was like fairly like fine compared to other instances. But yeah, I don't know. She was really special in your life, shouldn't treat you this bad. This is exactly the thing my mom doesn't get. Actually, in that voice, not in a voice message, I still didn't hear that. I don't regret it. But in the last longer message of her, she actually like she started with not only like I forgot that part, but not only with like I don't get why you can't like fight with you, why one cannot fight with you, without you thinking it would change anything about our relationship, because for me it doesn't. And then going on with like summary, you're a snowflake. Which like she for her, this is apparently not treating somebody bad. You know? Yeah. I don't know. You can have different opinions, but there is morality associated with those opinions. Definitely. At the same time, you can have different opinions, but if there's no. Like, you can't ask for a discussion. Like, you can't expect someone else to take bullying under the disguise of discussion. Like, if you're like, she literally like sort of like said that like she doesn't agree with that you're interested in the other person's opinion, right? And like that you like try to like that you listen to each other and try to understand each other and like try to argue for like together for like a solution, right? Like she says she like disagrees with that. Where I'm like, how like this is not a discussion. Like we're not discussing about a fact anymore. You're just letting your frustration over politics out on me. I mean, you didn't really even take my like the source I sent her. She didn't take that serious, right? She just deflected and essentially dismissed it. Where it's like there is no discussion for facts. But it's really like, so what like how, and it's also like why one can't like fight with you. Where it's like, but I don't want to fight. I want to have a discussion. There's differences. Did your parents say because I say so when punishing you and you wanted to discuss? No, my parents. Yeah, okay. My dad did that. With my mom, she was more like quietly punishing me. You just knew she's gonna hold on to that for the moment where she can play her cards. Sort of. And she's gonna like bend reality to make this thing work. But it was all still sort of like under the disguise of logic. That's why I really got into like communication. And actually like actually discussing, because I thought that if I can like pin her down on what she's saying and what she wasn't saying and stuff like this, then I'm gonna like win the discussion, because it was disguised as like logical, right? turned out, once I got good enough to actually do that, the discussions just turned like not logical, and she still won. So just sort of, yeah. And what it sounds like my mom. I haven't spoken to her in 10 years because of what you're enduring right now. Yeah. So I think I'm just not gonna talk to her about like politics again. Like, I don't know. I feel like it's sad that she's a person where people can't openly speak to you, because that's a disconnection, right? But yeah, that's the result and the consequence of her actions. Like, if she wants a really good connection with her children, she needs to be a person people feel safe with. And if she's not a person people feel safe with, then she needs to be fine with people not being as well connected to her. So, but yeah, I think maybe if my sisters wouldn't be there, I would also stop contact with her. But yeah, my sisters are still living at her place, and I really care about my sisters. So, I don't know. I also like, sometimes I really care about her too, right? But it's just there's some topics you really can't talk to her about. And I think I don't know. I think I just need to draw a line more directly there. Well, anyways, so I was frustrated with how this was going because I wanted to be not affected by this because I didn't have the time for it. But then I ended up still sort of being caught in this, even though it was only for 2 more messages. But this was like, I don't know, I want to spend no energy on that bullshit, if possible, right? Like, this is wasted. So that's why I brought it up in therapy, along with the whole other thing. And essentially the I guess the outcome or the thing I want to switch to is that I think next time I'm just gonna, because she didn't really answer to any of my question, like not questions, but to what I was saying, right? Like I could have really talked about like the pink elephant with like yellow stripes, and she would have typed the same thing, because like it didn't, like there was no, like there was not much in these messages. Like it was more to be heard, not to listen. Like it was not about communicating, it was about broadcasting. So I feel like next time I'm just gonna sort of say something like, I'm not gonna answer if you talk to me like this. Period. Because I feel like I want to find like a sentence which is like really short, but it's essentially just saying like, no, I don't want to. Sucks for you. And there's like not really, like I don't want to to give any type of anything she can argue about. Because if I would say like, oh, I'm not gonna talk to you while you're being disrespectful, she could argue about her being disrespectful or not, right? So I think I'm just gonna say something like, I'm not gonna talk to you if you talk to me like this. Period. Let's agree to disagree for now. I respect your opinion, and I hope you'll respect mine too. I don't think I want to say that. Because reality is I don't respect her opinion. Like, her opinion is that I'm like too weak to have proper like fights, and that this type of communication is normal. I don't think so. I think her communication is harmful and hurtful. And I don't think it's fine. And so I don't know, like, maybe I'm also gonna say something like, maybe just this is hurtful, period. Not saying anything else. But I'm not entirely sure if that's gonna change anything. Because she can be like really, like, I think she's, I don't know, I think she's honestly like rather triggered if somebody says they're hurting because of what she did. So I feel like it's maybe easier to just tell her, like, I'm not gonna talk to you like this. Like, if sort of like being like, if you want to talk to me, you need to be like, you need to talk different. This is not working. My mom uses my brother as a tool to try to get to me. My response is, your actions have consequences. There's a consequence of your actions. She gets so offended by that. There's also a good one, I think. Just answer with 9. Is that like, you mean just no? Or like, is that like a thing people know? We just see them all differently. Short and sweet, just like me. I don't know. Like, the thing is, I don't want to have any response which I can now, like, after all of this, say, right? But I want to have a response which is ending the conversation earlier and not giving her a way to go back to the conversation. No. So just no, or what my therapist is actually doing, what he told me, is he's saying something like, he also has politics in his family is an issue. And he's saying something like, what was that specifically? It's it started with something like, I think something like, I want to understand your view and connect with you, but Yeah. And then the important part, I don't remember anymore. I can ask him next time. My mom used my grandma to contact me while I was no contact. Yeah. Zek's mom is playing a whole lot of drama cards as well. My grandma actually, when I had no contact to my dad anymore, my grandma of his side actually contacted me that I should be nice again. It's not like he entirely messed up and was found drunk, passed out in front of his apartment. But I should be nice again. Yeah. Hmm. Mm, I think it's actually not weird because I really understand why my mom is like this. Like, from everything I know about her life, I really understand. But it's just, we can do better than this. And my mom doesn't believe in better. My mom has lived this life with this worldview so long that she doesn't believe in better. She believes that the way she discusses things and disrespects people, humiliates people, is normal and is part of how things should be. She believes when I can't take it, it's my issue, not her issue, because it's so normal and is part of life. She believes that also with her partner, this is how things go and there's no better way for them. Like, just sort of like fighting the entire time and being like of different opinions and sort of like ruining each other's lives low key. Like, this is how, like, that's just how things go. Like, there's no like he can't be better. um And the sad thing is actually that her husband is not liking this as well. And is not having this conversation style and doesn't want to have this conversation style either. But at the same time, he's also then just doing weaponized incompetence, saying one thing, doing the other thing. Like, he's not open to her. He's taking part in the pattern. He's also an unsafe person because he's not supporting her when she needs help. And stuff like this. So it's a toxic pattern between both of them. And like back then I really thought like, oh, my mom is like bad. But then I understood there's a whole bunch of stuff going on here at the same time. And like both of them sort of like, yeah, provocative, provocate. It's provocative, and the verb is provoke, and they both provoke each other, essentially. My parents once came to my house and rang the doorbell for 2 hours straight because I didn't want to answer them. It was like a 1 hour drive. Jesus Christ. Okay, yeah, they're dramatic, like literally. Max says, to be fair, the newer generation is also way too quick to call pretty much anything trauma these days. I mean, why would that be bad though? Like, what does what does calling it trauma mean to you that it's negative to call something trauma? Like, what is attached to it? Because I feel like it really depends on like where, like, what you sort of like learn around this, you know? So, like, what is your... Give me a picture here. The subject and say you can have your opinions, but I want to be part of these talks. I like that message. Because that takes away the experience of actual trauma. Why though? Guys, let's try to be curious. We definitely like we always find stuff we're like unhappy about. I think that's also just why we like switch, like because of how life switches, right, and changes. Exactly. But I think it's honestly just a symptom of not feeling heard or understood, maybe, right? But I still would be really interested, Maxias, to know how calling a lot of things trauma takes away from actual trauma. Oh, no, no, no. This is this was an answer to the topic we had before still. Maxia. This was not meant as an answer to you. This was meant as sort of like an idea how to how to answer in that situation with my mom. So yeah. So I don't know. I don't know if you're answering right now. I just want to sort of like if you didn't hear it, what Max says, why is calling a lot of things trauma taking away from actual trauma? I'm unsure if there's going to be an answer or if I'm waiting for nothing. I don't know. I don't feel like trauma, like calling a lot of things trauma, needs to take away from like bigger trauma. I think it's, I mean, if we treat our trauma as the pattern, sort of like, okay, like I conquered my trauma in like 2 months, so now you have to do the same, and if you take longer, then you're like bad at it or something. Or like this is how much resources you get now and you don't get more. I think, well, that's bad then, right? Because trauma is really individual. But I don't think it necessarily needs to take away from trauma just by calling tinier things trauma. Trauma is an emotional one left by experience too painful or overwhelming to process. It can come from one event or many small hurts over time. You might feel detached, anxious, overly alert, or numb. Certain places, words, or memories can trigger strong reactions. Shapes how you see safety and trust. Healing starts when you face it gently, find support, and learn to feel safe in your own body again. That reads like a Wikipedia uh, article. Oh my god, that sounds so professional. But yeah, I don't think calling small things trauma needs to take away from big things. I think what it does imply, though, is that we judge trauma now and we judge people because we need to judge, right? Like in order to judge if a trauma is actually a trauma or too little, we all of a sudden need to make a judgment about somebody else's experience, which I think is going to lead to problematic situations really quick. So I think it's way, I don't see any harm in just having everyone have that, you know? Like, let them call it trauma. I mean, trauma is not. I think where we sometimes maybe go wrong is that we want to force others around us to be different. Like, because we're traumatized in this aspect, we now want the world to change. While mental health is about our own experience. Like, it's, for example, like when, I don't know, like a boyfriend had like a bad experience with a cheating girlfriend, and now with the next girlfriend he's like you can't wear like short skirts, and you like I need to be able to like look into your phone, and like you can't have male friends. Like, this is, instead of overcoming your own trauma, it's just trying to change the world instead. Which is not this resolution to that trauma, right? But it's actually maintaining and entertaining it. But for sure, but being traumatized by what most people would consider life experience isn't really the same thing. That's calling having your arm bitten off by a crocodile in a fight for your life the same thing as falling on your bicycle and being in pain for a week or two. Hmm. I'm, I don't know. I don't think this must be bad though. Like calling it traumatized. And I think some people can be traumatized, like actually traumatized by life experience. Um like I don't see the I don't know, I don't see the point yet where it's taking away from others. Mm. I don't like that. I think this is judging people. But if somebody feels like a victim, is that like you not allowing them to use the word traumatized, is that going to change the situation? Because what if they do feel like a victim? Like they still do, you know? Now they just can't talk about it, or like I don't think this is really like helping our situation actually. Um I feel like getting actually like problem solving and getting through hard times is a learned skill. I feel like, for example, let's do an example. I feel like that um let's actually, you know what? Let's take me and my husband. Um I at the beginning of our relationship, I think I was very much of the same opinion like you. Um but I think it was really important to me because I didn't feel like I was being seen. I'm not trying to point a picture here about you, but that's just my experience. And it actually low key didn't help me, and it also didn't help him because for him, I wasn't a safe person. Because whenever he would complain about his experience and his stuff, I would essentially just tell him to like, yeah, like buckle up, like it's not that bad. Just like do what you have to do, like get over it, whatever. And this was thankfully only in the beginning of our relationship. Like not like really in the beginning, but like sort of, yeah, well, it doesn't really matter. Um, and when later on, uh, now with therapy and all, we actually found more space to talk about things. And the funny thing is that even though his life was essentially like looked sheltered uh, from the outside, and also he himself sort of thought that it left him really dependent because he was not only sheltered, but he had this like helicopter mum. And I think that's actually like now understanding his experience of not knowing how to take responsibility, but needing to take responsibility, not knowing how to emotionally support your peers because it was never sort of expected from him, not knowing how to bring up issues and have like a proper conflict. not having gone through hard times and sort of like getting that empowerment of actually having changed it yourself, you know? I think it's a really scary situation because I feel like as children we're so resilient naturally. As adults, we're not as resilient anymore. We're not as well connected to our bodies anymore, where we would just naturally regulate our emotions without even knowing what we do. Um, and I feel like, especially if you've done it so long, not yourself, right? If you've relied on other people for so long, and now you sort of like realize how that's actually impacting your life. I think it's even harder to change, actually. Like for me, I know how to push myself if I have to. I know how to find a solution. I know how to stand up. But he doesn't. And how do you learn that? You learn that through experience, but experience is so much harder gained if you're an adult, I think. If you're not in school, you don't have all of these peers around you, maybe, to like talk about this. It's low-key embarrassing that you can't do it. So like talking about this is like sort of even worse. And at the same time, you have learned that it works. So like even finding the motivation to change it, even noticing like how it's influencing your life and changing it. I don't know, I think it's so hard actually. I feel like at some points we didn't know if our relationship would last. Because he wasn't able to be reliable or responsible. And the thing is, he didn't know how to do it better. Like, what a shitty situation is that? Like, you don't even know how to help yourself. You don't know how to tackle problems. Your mom always did that. And now there's like so much more at stake. And like realizing all of these things you haven't learned, I think it leaves you feel powerless and hopeless. Not having learned those skills. So I don't know. I really like I wouldn't be sure that it's less traumatizing or easier or whatever. I used to act like I was a victim too. Then my father made me realize I really wasn't, and in fact my situation was better than about 50% of the world's population. Doesn't mean I can't feel bad about things that that have happened to me. Just that everything is relative. Helicopter parents are the #1 cause of that problem. So yeah, like I don't think is acting like a victim is helping. I don't think saying something was traumatic or traumatizing and that you have trauma is victim mindset. I don't think those go hand in hand. Like, I have childhood trauma. I have many topics which are touchy. And at the beginning, I didn't feel like a victim at all. And then in therapy, we sort of like exposed all of these areas where I actually have trauma. And which made me see, oh, fuck, this is actually like, this was deeply traumatizing. This changed my entire perspective on the world, on humans in general. And yeah, for some time I felt like a victim. But then it's just, then I like worked through it, you know. So I don't know. I feel like victim mindset is not directly attached to trauma. I don't think so. I think victim mindset is attached to helicopter parents, to parents who treat you like a victim, and that's how you see yourself as a victim. And I think victim mindset is actually one of the most problematic things to come across, too. I think in a relationship, especially, it can be really, really bad. Um, I think it can actually lead to violence from that person. My dad, for example, also had a victim mindset. I bet he was also traumatized, but his victim mindset was separate from that. And he used victim mindset to excuse any type of violence and any type of shortcomings from him. He basically used it to feel confident about himself, because everything which would break that image of confidence would be the other people's faults. Like the reason why he didn't finish his studies, the reason why he doesn't have that good job, the reason why he's low-key poor, the reason why his apartment looks like shit, the reason why he's unhealthy, the reason why he has gray hair, which apparently was a problem for him. The reason why all of it. But yeah, I think that's victim mindset. That's not saying I have trauma or I've been traumatized by this. I don't think they go hand in hand. Like, I feel like, but I do agree that actually victim mindset is con- is an issue, definitely. Like, and we don't only have this with trauma, we also have this with, like, we have this in every space of life. Like, for example, my dad, for example, I don't know, like some people, if they have ADHD, they just use it as an excuse to be a shitty friend. And I don't mean being like, because ADHD influences, of course, a lot of your life. So, like, absolutely understand. Um, but I mean, trying, because you have ADHD, forcing everybody, like forcing the world around you to change instead of asking them to. Because everybody can, like, this is sort of like how we find friends and how we have relationships, right? Like, every person is different, every person is individual. Like, we like some things, we hate some things. Like, there's some things which like really sort of make us feel really loved, and for other people it's other things. So like how we find like good relationships is that we find a person where like all the positive things they like, we like doing, actually we don't mind doing, and all the negative things they don't like, we don't mind not doing, and or maybe even like not doing or are bad at or whatever. And then like people like these like find each other, and if that like sort of like fits together well, then that friendship or relationship is gonna be like really good. Um, it's also the thing why some relationships really go up in flames, because it's like sometimes we really, I don't know, we just try to force something else on somebody. And you see this in everything which has like a social picture of what is right and what is wrong. And it's for example, with like relationships, the men should give the women like the woman flowers, and like I don't know, like women have to like I don't know. Um, it's like there's these expectations we sort of like we like. And then instead of saying like, hey, I would really like this, and if the other person is like, oh, this is not my thing, entirely not, we would just split up, find somebody who's like better compatible. Instead, we see it in, for example, social media, and are like, hey, this is what men do. Be that person. Like, we're trying to change reality in that moment. We're trying to put like an outside expectation on that person. Like, we're trying to change our surroundings instead of looking for the proper surroundings to place ourselves in. And with some things, that's a thing we agreed in society to do, right? So I don't know, with any type of like like violence, for example, we agree that this has no place in society. Under essentially like, well, actually there are sort of like circumstances where it has a place in society. For example, like boxing and stuff like this, with like very specific rules and stuff. But so there's some like general societal expectations. But we sort of, I don't know, I feel like as a society, we're really, really bad in stating our own needs and being fine that other people might just not want to fulfill them, and that we might just want to need to let that person go and find a person who wants to fulfill them. That's, for example, why we blame gold digger women, where it's like, it's fine. It's actually fine. Why are we threatened by this? Like, let her be a gold digger, Like, let her like a man who has a lot of cash. You don't need to be that man. We don't need to be threatened by this. Like, there's some men who really love to spoil their women and shower them in money. For actually maybe really bad to show love in other ways. So that's why they're like, hey, if I can show you love and make you happy with money, oh my god, yes, please. Like, thank you. Like, I thought it would be harder. Like, Lord have mercy, I love you, But we judge them. Like, oh, you can't ask for this. Yeah, she can. And you don't need to be the person responding. Like, not everybody needs to click. So I think that's the thing where, like, I don't know, like with some friends, it really works well. Like, there's some people who are really sensitive to loud noises, for example, who don't like friends who, I don't know, are loud or like speak really loud all of a sudden. And that's fine, right? Like, we don't like, there's certain things we want to overcome in our lives and stuff. And if things turn to a problem, we definitely want to. But there's also some things where we're just different, And the effort it would take to actually overcome them is maybe just not worth it, and maybe not in our focus. We do need to expect the consequences then. Like, there's some people who just would expect like everything from people around them, and then they have no friends. Well, that's maybe a consequence which is just attached to these expectations, and then that person might want to adjust their expectation. But for example, for me, I wouldn't like being friends with people who want to drink the entire time. Like, I am traumatized by my dad being alcoholic, and it's like I wouldn't need that story to not have friends who like drinking. But I also wouldn't go around to a person who's drinking and be like, I want you to be my friend, now stop drinking. And you have to, because I'm traumatized from this. I can't do this. Even with that story, I can't do this. Because that person doesn't need to be my friend. And that person can just say like, sorry, that's sort of like what I do and what I love doing. Like, I don't know, like I make whiskey for a living. Like, not drinking is sort of like, ooh, So it's, I don't know, like, I really don't think it's about the trauma part, and it's more about the victim mindset part. Because I really understand that this is really frustrating, and that's definitely something really annoying. And you also can't trust people who have a victim mindset because they're not reliable and they're not responsible because they push the responsibility away at the first moment of it becoming a problem and then resenting you for not being given responsibility. So that's, yeah, it's, I really like, I don't know, yeah. As like for me, this is about the victim mindset, not about trauma. I think everybody can have trauma. Everybody can say whatever is trauma. You can't use it as something to push others to do what you like. This is not how that works. But this is also how it never works. Like, it also doesn't work like this if you're like really, really traumatized or something. Like, you can't force other people to do something else. Hi, Luna, by the way. Welcome, welcome. How are you doing? Hi, Ziggy. Not hi, Ziggybertus. I'm answering now, I wanted to say. I need to set an example that I'm struggling with, and I don't want advice right now. I had a relationship, and my partner wanted me to take medication that ups my sex drive, and they talked about it multiple times over months. I would say it was some kind of sexual assault now. But when I do that, I'm scared of talking down the experience of people who have harder experiences. I don't think you do. I don't think you're talking down the experience of people who have harder experiences. I think some people maybe who've had hard experiences can't talk about this because it's a trigger topic, you know. I don't think it's taking away from their experience. And that's like, you don't want advice. So I'm not trying to give some. But that's a crazy story. I had a relationship. Okay, so relationship's over now. Good. That's the only thing I want to know. Because, oh my god, that's so weird. Oh, I love how actually that is also putting the responsibility of somebody else on somebody else. Like, not from you, I mean from your partner, actually. Because, like, your partner wants to have more sex, and instead of, I don't know, like, being a person you want to have more sex with, it's like, no, take medication. I want to do nothing, and get the results of doing something. I feel like that actually is low-key victim mindset. But crazy story. Crazy story. If you ever want to talk about it, just know, like, I'm here for it, okay? Like, you're safe here. But I'm glad that relationship is over. And I'm sorry you had to go through that. My mother still thinks I am in a lesbian phase, a 16-year phase to be exact. I guess I'm just really dedicated to the bit. At this point, even Netflix would have cancelled this plotline by now, but yeah, I'm still thriving. Maybe she's waiting for a dramatic season finale where I suddenly turn straight. Sorry, Mom, I guess I need to be cancelled in the head first. We do not blame... yeah, I don't know. I'm sorry for you. This is... yeah. I don't... well, yeah. I mean, I don't think it is. Like, that's the thing. Like, it's. Actually, most of humanity, and I said this so many times in this on this channel already, but most of humanity suffers traumatic experiences in their life. Most of us. Not all of us, thankfully, get traumatized. And it's not like it doesn't only need the experience, but it needs a constellation of a lot of things. Like, it's apparently not that you have to go through a traumatizing experience and then you're traumatized. But there's apparently more to that equation, because we have so many people going through traumatizing experiences and not being traumatized. And so there's, I don't know, just because there's a lot of people going through an experience which is traumatizing and not being traumatized, we shouldn't call that experience not traumatizing. Because there's more about why something is traumatizing than just the experience. Well, we're definitely sort of like getting to the end now. But yeah, I guess we usually hit the 4 hour mark. I think we have so far always hit the 4 hour mark. I don't know if we've always been to like 6 hours. I usually sort of look towards the end if it's around 5. So yeah, around like 5 hours. So it's better to come earlier. But wait, 8 hours the last day. That's a lie. The last day was the one I ended early. The one before that was 8 hours. Just, pointing that out here. Do not accuse me of these untrue things. Yeah, exactly. But yeah. And just FYI, next week on Thursday, I won't be streaming. Next week, Thursday, no stream. I will maybe do that stream on Friday or on the weekend. I'm not sure. It might just be not there because my sister's coming over, so I'm gonna spend time with her. She's only here for like 3 days. So yeah. So next week, a week Thursday, no stream. Monday, regular. The week after, regular. Only next week, Thursday. We do not blame gold, I guess. Yeah, by the way, thank you so much for coming by. I really enjoyed the talk, Sigibertus. So, thank you. And thank you also for saying that my stream is a fun stream. I'm glad you see it that way. And then see you on Monday. We do not blame gold diggers because they expose a truth many ignore, that value and power often shape love. Society quietly rewards ambition when men do it, yet mocks women who seek comfort the same way. Yeah, I mean, we also blame a whole bunch of other stuff, right? So that's not only that's not the only thing, but yeah, like we blame a lot of people for a lot of things just because that's not the norm, even though love doesn't work the same for most of us, and everything is really like individual. And I think actually we would have better relationships if we would all just not sort of like beat around the bush, but actually on the first date instantly be like, hey, for me, this, that is important. These are my love language. this, that, unacceptable, I hate that, I will leave you for it, you know? And then people would be like, okay, this is you, this is me, we don't match. See you next time. 2 minutes, next person. You know, like I feel like we could make it more streamlined if people would first of all think about what actually their priorities are and their picture of relationship and what they want in a relationship. And then if they would be able to articulate it in the beginning of a relationship and not only after, I don't know, 6 months when you're already emotionally attached to the person and don't want to lose them anymore. And that's why you then change who you are, or like try to change who you are, and then only 6 months later find out that you resent them for it. So, yeah. We like to have a weekly dose of cute, great. Next week I have vacation. Let's go. I've joined the Discord server. I love that. We love to see that. We were not done. We were not done. Because we started with me getting a lot of compliments from my therapist, remember? Yeah, I'm just pointing that out again. Don't mind me. But so I was noticing that I didn't have so much time, right? I didn't feel entirely rested, stuff like this on Monday. Then a whole bunch of situations happened. I didn't rest properly. My mom was texting me. There was a misunderstanding with the communication about the convention, and everything started earlier. So some rest time was cut, and I had more energy expenditure. So then I went to the convention. The convention was also more exhausting than I thought. At the same time, less exhausting, but I just underestimated the whole thing. Once I was there, I remembered what it would be like. So actually, I sort of did well, but it was still a lot. Then the whole situation being that my guests actually don't speak German and my grandparents actually don't speak English, or like not much English. Actually, they speak some Dutch, and my grandpa actually speaks better Dutch than me. I feel I'm so embarrassed. Anyways, to be fair, okay, he was living close to the Netherlands when he was young. Okay, don't judge me. Um. But yeah. Anyways, but yeah, that was really humbling. Um. We were there, blah blah blah. So then we were driving home. It was a really nice experience. On the way back, we had like a really like we had a political discussion, and we were sort of on the same side, but we were getting into details, and it was an exhausting talk about details. And we were all exhausted. Like my friend, like I don't know, like he also slept bad, and like I didn't sleep too well either, so that also like came together with it that like rest wasn't that good. And long story short, it was just sort of like this weird goodbye situation where it was like still making a point, but he just stepped into the elevator and was like bye. um and it just left me feeling scared, um, because I'm used to people quietly punishing me for not for something where I didn't realize I was doing it. Instead of informing me, setting that boundary, me then being able to respect that boundary, they just judge me for having actively crossed it and then um, punish me quietly, which is something we have a lot in society. Um, but so I was sort of scared of that. I was sort of scared that like he thought like he I don't know like he started like hating me or resenting me in the discussion, and that's why he said goodbye that way and like cut me off. Definitely wasn't a fine type of way. Uh, anyways, so I later on I then decided, okay, this, like, I thought I'm just gonna be like, okay, that was weird, but like, anyways, it turns out it wasn't gone that easy. So I texted him, saying that, hey, I'm really scared to do this right now, but my therapist said I should talk about stuff like this with my friends, and I want to be a good friend. And I also, like, I want to be a safe person, and I want my friends to be able to. I'm just gonna read you guys a message. Whatever. Like, yeah, fuck it. It's gonna be embarrassing. Okay, so I just texted him. I don't feel so good with how the conversation sort of ended before, and I'm scared to bring it up like this, but my therapist said this would be good. Whenever people just sort of stop talking to me, I just feel like they don't like me and can't talk to me, and it's honestly kind of hard to find out if any of that is true or not, because yeah, like, nobody, like, really, like, people just say it's fine. And so here I am asking about it. But I want to be a good friend, and I want to be a person where people feel safe with. And I also want to feel safe with the people around me and know they would tell me if I did something wrong and not just stop having time and quietly leaving me. So I just wanted to ask if everything is fine between us, because you were getting quiet and then just sort of cut me off. And I don't know why, but I rather have a clear communication about the conversation being tabled than this. And I really want to do this better and be a good friend. I was really scared about that message because, oh my god, this is, ooh, everything is in my body is like, no, 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 I don't like this. Stop, no, no, no. This vulnerability on a Sunday, no. Because I learned that vulnerability is threatening, right? And with this whole situation going on, I just realized when I sent that, and while I was sending that, and that whole situation was really, really freaking difficult to me. I had a small mental breakdown because of that situation, because I really liked them. And my brain was going full on board with, like, oh my god, they hate me now. And yeah, then he just answered with, like, we're definitely fine. I was just sort of done with the conversation, and I didn't realize it, sort of, and I was really exhausted as well, and just couldn't, like, properly articulate it. And I'm sorry for cutting you off like this. And it was really nice. So I handled that good. At the same time, small mental breakdown, which is the only situation in the last couple of months where I had any type of mental breakdown or where something influenced me that much. And the funny thing is, it all has to do with energy management again. I set myself up for this. I didn't have enough buffer for this. So I need to take rest more seriously. I need to take going to big conventions more seriously, and how much energy it sort of takes me. Because that convention was, like, fun and all, but I pushed myself too much on that convention as well, because I didn't take proper breaks, because I wanted to get the most out of it. Where this is just, like, conventions like these are really overwhelming for me. And I am glad that I used my, like, these earbuds, like, noise canceling earbuds, the entire time, which was amazing. But at the same time, I should have taken more breaks. But I don't know, I was too stubborn to, because I wanted to see the whole convention and stuff like this. And Yeah, that's essentially how I got the reminder of I knew I was exhausted. I had this coming. I definitely had. Like, yeah, there were a lot of things which I couldn't have expected. Like, I didn't expect my mom to blow up like this. I didn't expect that situation happening, right? I didn't expect the convention to be that much, or that the miscommunication sort of like cutting down on some of my rest time. But at the same time, in these moments, I noticed how, like, I then knew that it's taking away from, like, once the miscommunication was resolved, I knew, like, oh shit, okay, this is meaning something different. Like, I could have asked if just, like, Zach can drive with her instead of me. Like, I could have also, like, while being in the car with her parents and them wanting to speak Dutch with me, I could have told them, like, hey, like, I really, like, today was really exhausting already. Like, I would really prefer to, like, I don't know, I don't feel like speaking right now at all, sort of. Um, but I wanted to make a really good impression. Um, and I don't know, like, on the con, I could have just spent less time on the con and taking more breaks, but I didn't. On the way back, I could have just not had that discussion, because it's still like an exhausting discussion, right? Because it's so mentally stimulating, but I still did. Mm. With my mom, like, I could have just answered her less, but I didn't. On Tuesday, I could have had the proper rest day like I planned, but instead I was doing something where I really felt like doing it, and that's why I sort of missed it. But in the end of the day, I really needed that rest. So it was just sort of a reminder, well, if you don't, if you see all these signs and if you ignore them, fuck around and find out. Like, play stupid games, win stupid prizes. Um, and even though this was sort of like handled, like, it was like a small mental breakdown of, like, I don't know, like an hour, and it definitely was a thing which was more like close to my heart, and I guess that's also why it, like, sort of set me off. um it was still something where I, like, it wouldn't have gotten this far if I wouldn't have been mentally and physically exhausted before, like this. And for example, with the thing about my mum, I didn't talk to Zach about it on Thursday. I didn't talk to him about it on Friday or on Saturday, but only when we were back home on Sunday. Because I didn't want to open that book. So, yeah. And that's how I ended up on Sunday with this small mental breakdown. So, but on the other hand, I handled it really well. Like, I sent him this, like, really nice message, which is very much using I statements instead of, like, putting things onto him, sort of. And it went really positive. So I guess, even though it wasn't like the best sort of thing, it still had a positive outcome, or I have a positive takeaway from it. But yeah, that's just, I don't know, that's just sort of how I got that feedback, like that instant feedback, like slipping once with the energy management, and then instantly getting the feedback of, like, it's important. Take care of your energy. So, yeah, now I'm gonna take it more seriously again. And I guess, I don't know, sometimes we just need these reminders. Yeah. But yeah, so that's sort of the finished story of this. And yeah. Ah, yeah. So anybody, any questions? Because otherwise that was the topic. Yeah. I don't know what I else could say about this. Well, I don't really have anything else to say about this, I guess. Thank you. I'm really proud of myself too. Like I don't know, it only took one voice message to my mom to set the boundary. Like that's really nice. Like usually my mom is able to bait me in 4K. And this time it was only 720p. Oh, I have to get this. Yeah. Yeah. Who's coming along? So we're talking about Takumi. Oof. I, Okay, so fried chicken or ramen. That sounds good. Okay. How fast would I need to get to a city? Okay. The question I'm trying to get to is, do I need to take the bus or the train? Because I don't know why, but I really don't feel like taking the train. Like I don't feel like going to the train station. Yeah, I want to take the one which is starting right in front of the house. Hmm. When do you need to decide? Because I've been like, I'm still streaming, and like I could go offline now. I think we sort of are, like we just finished a topic, and like, so I guess it's like a good point. At the same time, like I'm like I I don't know. It's been a long day, you know. So it's like, I don't know. It's like your goal. You go anyway. What do you mean you go anyway? Didn't you say before you would come home? Ah, okay. Which Takumi? Okay. Yeah, you know what? Let's do it. Let's do it. Cat is like, is it okay if you look for a bus for me? Yeah, because then like I'm like stopping the stream now, like packing my things, you know. Well, I think if I take the slow bus, I do need to rush, maybe, you know. Like I don't want to be like done between buses and then it's also the slow bus, you know. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. See you. Bye. Love you. All right. So apparently I'm gonna get food in Utrecht. Um. So, yeah, that's happening. But yeah, I guess well, we just finished that topic, so we're fine, right? Like, this is good. Like, I'm gonna get ramen. I really feel like ramen. Like, it's been raining and like all of that stuff. It's cold outside. Like, ramen feels good right now, I think. And like, the thing is, like, I could take the bike to the train station, which would be the fastest way. At the same time, though, Zach didn't fix my bike yet. So one of my like wheels, yeah, one of my wheels is basically flat. Like it takes so much energy and stuff like this. So it's like, yeah. At the same time, it's much faster though. But I don't know. I rather feel like taking the bus right in front here, because then I also don't need to like bike through the like really dark street. So yeah, gonna do that. So anyways, I'm gonna get myself ready and I hope you guys are fine. Let's really quick. Let's do some. Oh, I notice how I have muscle pain. Oh. Oh. Oh no, I need to change my clothes still. I have like the joggers on here. Oh, that really hurts. I really have muscle pain here. I don't even get clothes. Oh. Okay. So we did a little bit of stretching. Everybody drink something, hydrate, air out your room, eat something, and then we're gonna see each other on Monday. Don't forget, next Thursday is gonna be no stream. Here's my Discord, here's my TikTok and Insta and YouTube and all of the other things you might need or not need. And it was a pleasure to have you all here. It was really fun today again. That's also why we were talking for like 6.5 hours nearly. So I don't know. It was really nice to have as many talking points and just enjoy talking to you guys so much. So see you guys next time.